Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Isolina Boto. I'm the manager of the CTA office in Brussels and the coordinator for this activity on behalf of CTA, of course, but also on the European Commission, DG Europe, DG DEVCO, the ACP Group, ACP Secretariat, ACP Group of States, which stands for African, Caribbean, and the Pacific, CONCORD, which is a platform of the NGOs, the development NGOs in Europe, and of course the Fair Trade Advocacy Office, who has joined us today as co-organizer of this very exciting briefing number 44 on promoting responsible and sustainable sourcing through fair trade. So we are very happy. We start a bit late. I also welcome not only the people around the table here, but the ones who are following us live. So thank you very much. You know that you can also send questions or comments, and we will take them during the question and answer exchange and the debate. So it's a very exciting topic for CTA and the partners on responsible chains, on how to better organize farmers that they improve their market access, of course, with a better price that we would be ready as consumers to pay when we know what are, the benefits of it in terms of environment and social, and of course a better integration with the other value chain actors. So I will not be long. You will see from the program that we will have all the stakeholders, or most of the stakeholders represented, not only the researchers, some of the development organizations, but also the farmers and processors, which are with us today, apart Conacado in the Dominican Republic for a visa problem, but he will be on Skype, so hopefully we will have him, and with the help of Marica de Peña from Fair Trade in Dominican Republic, we'll have his presentation. So without more delay, people will be arriving. I know it's a lot of works around as well, and we start now. The Secretary General, we are very pleased, as always, to be welcome at the ACP Secretariat. You are here at the Secretariat of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States, and that's where most of the political meetings, ministerials, and heads of state take place, actually, in this room. So thank you, Mr. Gnasunu, for welcoming here. Mr. Vivanu Gnasunu is the Assistant Secretary General for food security, agriculture, trade, for almost everything which counts for us as CTA in the sector of agriculture, agri-food, private sector. He's representing the Secretary General, who has some minor health problems. So thank you very much for welcoming us here and for being part of these briefings. Vivanu.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Isolina. Once again, I just want to wait to have everyone have their earphones. We're very happy once again to welcome you to ACP House. Certainly, this is your house, and there are no visa access problems here. I do like to tease my colleagues. We are very pleased to co-host this event with CTA and the European Commission. We always look forward to these briefings. They are a unique opportunity to gather a considerable amount of knowledge, resource persons for at a very affordable rate. And this helps us in feeding into decision making. And certainly this comes at a time when the ACP group is seeking to reposition itself. Just less than a month ago, in fact, our heads of state met in Papua New Guinea for guidance from the summit level. And it is apparent that given our goals for the group, we must focus on reducing, if not eradicating, poverty. That is one of our mandates. And we seek to do this by further creating value and keeping on a positive message we want to focus rather on wealth creation, and that is how we seek to transform our actions. We are very pleased about the theme we're looking at today. It would seem it has been dealt with thoroughly in the past, but when one actually tackles this sector, it is clear that a lot still remains to be done. And when this issue was raised, for some, it was seen as a solution to all problems, a way of assisting in reducing poverty. But then we realized that it would not be such a simple undertaking. The expectations of the market are not always what is expected. For differentiated products, these are still rather unaffordable for most consumers. So we wonder whether this differentiation, this price gap, is really justified vis-à-vis the producing countries. And so we try to understand exactly the exact nature of the chain. And here in the ACP group, we should focus on the producer and ensuring that producers receive what they deserve. Very often, it is smallholders who are involved. And just last week, we were saying that 85% of global food production is, in fact, the work of these small producers. So we need to ensure that their rights are preserved and that they should be able to access what they deserve, which brings us to fair trade, to ensure that all involved in the process, both consumers and producers, do get what they deserve. So we still have a lot to do. And I'm certain that with all of the experts gathered here today, we will further advance in this debate. About 1.5 million workers and producers are involved in this sector, and that is quite a low share of the potential market we could perhaps target. Of about 5 million, only about 5 million are receiving fair pay for what they do produce. So a number of questions are quite problematic. There are about roughly about 1,000 producing organizations across a number of countries that are involved in this fair trade, but not all are able to remain in the chain. Sometimes they are unable to receive fair prices, and then they move on to something else, to other activities. So we want to see if we can stem that. For the time being, I might stop here, and I'm certain that other colleagues will also describe other aspects of the issues. And we would like to hear from the various representatives from the sector to tell us what problems they face and what solutions we could perhaps put in place. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc,
thank you very much. Without further ado, and still in French, we will hear from Mr. Régis Mariton. Mr. Jean-Pierre Alquin had an accident on his bicycle. I do hope he will be well soon. His unit, Agricultural Development and Food Security, we have from that section Mr. Régis, who is an expert on agricultural growth, and he's someone who can certainly discuss the action of the European Commission. And he has also been involved in communication on behalf of the Commission, and we thank him for his presence. Thank you, Isolina. Well, good morning. Unfortunately, Mr. Alcan cannot be with us. He had a minor accident, nothing serious, and I'm sure you will see him at the next few briefings. Yes, indeed. Thank you to the CTA and our friends in the ACP Secretariat for once again organizing this kind of debate and on the subject of fair trade, which, as Viwan was saying, is nothing new, is something we often discuss, but which, when you look at the last 30 years, is unfortunately not as developed as we hoped 25 or 30 years ago. At the same time, this issue fits in with the current guidelines by which the Commission is operating and the European Commission's willingness, determination expressed in 2014 to improve its cooperation with the private sector in development activities, in particular agriculture, to work well with these producers, is to work quite seriously on the private sector agricultural value chains, and that is a subject of great interest to these producers, and therefore we seek to work with the private sector on that. I will not go through all of the operations we have been supporting in fair trade. We are in regular contact with the various organizations working in this area. I would say it is important, and in fact this was something also mentioned by Viwanu, that we determine how this model, which is quite in line with our thinking, our determination to promote sustainable development, is looked at. How can we ensure that we move towards more inclusive and sustainable growth? What are the issues, the obstacles that the sector has faced along the way? I don't think we can look at all of that in full today, but I would say we can at least, in the discussions we hold today, determine how we can increase the impact. We in the Commission are of the view, and we have been wondering, and this is something that could perhaps be discussed this morning, we've been wondering how we can better assist organizations promoting fair trade, either directly or indirectly. And there's yet another question that is perhaps more fundamental when we look at increasing the impact and upscaling, is this: how is this fair trade model to influence public policy? And I would say it is an essential question. And I think whatever approach we take, whether it be conventional in the projects we launch, we have to understand that the agricultural sector is one sector where we should systematically promote fair trade and involvement with the private sector. We wonder whether there would be an opportunity to have greater impact. There is one interesting example I can cite: the policy on a well-known sector, cocoa, for example, which has now been implemented in Côte d'Ivoire for the last 4 years. With this, we have seen prices that are much higher than what was obtaining 3 or 4 years ago, and all of the stakeholders in the sector have noted investment has increased, that there's been an improvement in quality, and that this sector is much more fair than it was 5 or 6 years ago. Now, that is not a miracle. It's not something that could be perhaps uniformly applied to other sectors, but it is of interest to all those who have been operating in the conventional fair trade sector. They ought to see how possible it is to hold a dialogue and to ensure that they can influence public policy to render the sector even more fair. I think I'll stop here for now. Certainly we can continue to discuss this issue this morning and even beyond this event. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful debate.
Thank you very much, Régis. So now, Sergi Corbalan, we know each other for a long time. It's always a pleasure working with you, by the way. He's the Executive Director of the Fair Trade Advocacy Group in Brussels. I'm very happy you are here as well, because we had the Brussels briefing in 2007, if I remember well, actually with Linda McEwan at the time when she was at the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. And it's very good to revisit a few years after, I mean, what have been the progresses, the impact, and on some of those fair trade parts, on the raw products as well, on the processed one, as Régis was mentioning, cocoa and chocolate, which we'll have as a case today. So lawyer by training, Geneva and now Brussels, but per conviction, I would say, or passion, the fair trade movement, you have got into it. I don't know if you will get out of it now. Please.
Good question. Thank you, Zolina. I'm very excited to be here. I think it is not very common that different types of actors, private sector, government, NGOs, get together to discuss one topic. And I think that these are the kind of exchanges that allow the debate to go forward. And it's clear that nobody is absolutely right. Everybody's right to a certain extent. So thank you, CTA, for hosting this, and the ACP Secretariat. I think it's great. The Fair Trade movement is a vibrant movement, and I have the honor to have here leading leaders in the Fair Trade movement. I want you to be aware, we've got Marique de Peña, the chair of Fair Trade International and of CLAC. She will speak later on, and we have also a leading member from the World Fair Trade Organization with us, Fred Masinde, who came also, I understood, it's almost like a miracle that you made it here, but it shows that destiny is on our side. And so thanks for coming here. The Fair Trade movement is much more than sourcing. In a way, the Fair Trade movement is a social movement at the outset that was set up to actually change the terms of trade, of conventional trade. And fair trade, the concept of fair trade, it's defined in the Charter of Fair Trade Principles. And it shows that it is an alternative trading partnership. And it's a concept like you could say organic agriculture is a concept, so fair trade is a concept. But to apply those principles, there are many interventions that are done. There is the intervention of raising awareness with the public. And a recent Eurobarometer study shows that 50% of Europeans, on average, across the 28 member states, 80 in Sweden, for example, and Luxembourg, are ready to pay a bit more for fair trade products. So that's the consumer awareness part. There is the producer support, obviously, to promote sustainable farming practices. There is the campaigning interventions as well. We've got more than 100,000 volunteers that are engaged at local level in fair trade shops, fair trade committees, church groups, etc., raising awareness and campaigning for fair trade and fairer terms of trade. And of course, one part of it is the sourcing dimension, which is about working with supply chains to also change supply chains from within. It's one of the interventions and one of the key ones, and there are various ways also to introduce fair trade in supply chains. The most known is the fair trade mark, fair trade in together, but it's certainly not the only one. And so I want to just get the point, make that fair trade is a multidimensional concept. There are many actors. A lot of them are here around the table, and that's why I'm so excited to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker for these opening remarks is the director of CTA, Michael Ailou, that you all around this table almost all know already, but for the people online, perhaps Mr. Ailou, before being the director of the ACPU Technical Center for Agriculture and Rural Cooperation, which I work with, was for more than 25 years already in the area of agriculture and rural development, notably with the CGIAR centers, leading research centers like C4 and ICRAF in Indonesia and Kenya, and now has brought to CTA three key areas: agriculture policies and strategies, notably on agribusiness, which is one of the areas related today, climate change and nutrition security, all the value chain work, and the capacities of agriculture and rural development institutions and networks. Mr. Ailou, thank you for coming from Holland as well, where our headquarters are placed in Wageningen, which is a very beautiful city. Michael.
Thank you very much, Isolina. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for joining us this morning for this important briefing, looking at the fair trade and how it can contribute to making value chains work, especially for smallholder producers. Well, I think the speakers before me have covered, most of the key issues that we are going to talk about this morning. What I like to say that on a global perspective, as you know, the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 2, have set very clear objectives in terms of ending hunger and achieving food and nutrition security and promoting sustainable agriculture. And in particular, it has set targets of doubling smallholder productivity and incomes by 2030. In Africa, through the Malabo Declaration, the African heads of state and government have also made clear commitments in terms of agricultural transformation, and especially tripling intra-regional trade in agricultural products and services and creating employment, especially for young people, saying about 30% of the youth would be employed in agriculture. So I think these developments have a lot to do in terms of how we position the discussion of today's discussion, both in terms of creating opportunities for smallholder producers, linking them to profitable markets, and how we make sure that a larger part of the value chain goes to smallholder producers. On the sustainability side, of course, we have the big challenge of climate change. As you know, putting very serious strains on agriculture and on the entire value chain. So, this is really making it very critical that we promote climate smart agricultural practices, as soon as possible, so that, the whole smallholder production system becomes much more climate resilient. So the only way that really the SDGs can be fully realized is that, the bottom pyramid of the population is lifted out of poverty by getting a bigger share of the value chain. And private sector agribusinesses as well as consumers have a key role to play in making this happen, by promoting and supporting fairer and more sustainable commercial and trading practices. So fair trade has a huge potential to contribute to this. As you know, it has developed, as we heard also from Serge, it has developed as a powerful engine, and it's out now. It's no more a niche market. It's quite substantial market. I'm sure many of you are experts in that area. You know much more than I do, but it's almost close to 7 billion in retail sales in 2014. And that doesn't include the US figure, so it's much bigger than that. And of course, the ACP, the African, Caribbean, Pacific countries have a key role in terms of the supply side, especially the key commodities when you talk about cocoa, bananas, coffee, tea, and sugar. So there is definitely a very critical role in terms of helping the ACP farmers to benefit from this scheme. So the big challenge is how do we help smallholder farmers to organize themselves and to take advantage of schemes like fair trade. and also how we make sure that they have the right information, in terms of markets, in terms of consumer demands, in terms of other supporting information, so that they can be much better positioned to negotiate a better deal out of these interactions. And that's the area where really CTA puts a lot of emphasis. We work very much with regional and national farmers organizations across the ACP to try and help them to organize themselves, improve their management practices, capacity building and so on, so that they can really benefit from these opportunities. So we look very much forward to the discussions today, and we hope that we can take the lessons and help our beneficiaries to position themselves to benefit from these schemes. So I look forward to a lively discussion, and we give the floor now to the real experts to talk about these issues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailou. So, Assistant Secretary General, you have agreed today to multitask. So thank you very much for being the chair of the first panel. The speakers already know the time allocated to them, 10 minutes. I'm sure they will be helping you on that. And I hope that we will have a nice debate as well. Vivano?
Ouais, you have text me. Okay, merci.
Thank you. We have panel 1 with 4 speakers. I believe they're all here. The issue at hand is responsible value chains, sustainable sourcing, and fair trade. So the panel is expected to give us an overview of sustainable sourcing, but that's not the only principle of fair trade. But usually when people speak about fair trade, they think about sustainable sourcing. So the first presentation will come, or will talk about sustainability of supply chains and fair schemes favorable to farmers. Eino Mamadova. Madam, you have between 10 and 12 minutes to make your presentation. Well, while she's getting ready, Eino Mamadova comes from the SSI. She is a researcher, and you have in your document the biodata of the various speakers, so I'm not going to go into detail on her experience. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you for the introduction. I was told I will be presenting within 15 minutes. I hope I will manage to fit everything within 10 minutes. So, dear organizers, dear participants, thank you very much for the invitation and for the chance to present the results of recent research work by my team. So I'm here on behalf of State of Sustainability Initiatives. It's a collaborative effort funded by State Secretariat for Economic Affairs and also International Institute for Sustainable Development, International Institute for Environment and Development. And State of Sustainability Initiatives, briefly SSI, was launched in 2008. Actually, SSI is the predecessor of Sustainable Commodity Initiatives, which was launched in 2003, which had the main objective to mainstream sustainable commodity production, as well as promote core fair trade principles. But when it comes to the core objective of the State of Sustainability Initiatives is to facilitate regular reporting in the state of play across different standards, and also provide a framework for understanding the market trends, important issues, as well as general issues regarding sustainability standards. And Since 2008, we have produced or been part of important reviews in the sector of sustainability standards. The most recent one is called Standards and the Blue Economy, which deals with sustainability standards within fisheries sector. However, today's presentation is based on the report which we produced in 2014 called Standards and the Green Economy. And this is a review where we covered fair trade as well. So just to give you a brief overview of my presentation today, first I'm going to present market statistics and data, then criteria analysis of various sustainability standards, then opportunities that we found that exist through fair trade certification, overall challenges, and take-home messages. So as I mentioned, my presentation is based on the Standards and Green Economy report, where we present major and overall market statistics and data. So this report covers 10 commodity sectors in agriculture and forestry. Just to give you a context, fair trade certification covers only 6 of them. And this report also covers 16 most important standards within agriculture and forestry sectors. In order to be included into the report, the standards had to have a global presence. They needed to have significant production volumes, as well as be present in one or more production commodity sectors. As we see from the timeline graph on the bottom of the slide, there has been a surge in the number of sustainability standards after the Rio Earth Summit. And 2000 see the rapid increase in the number of standards as well, mostly single sector standards. This is due to the growing cooperation between NGOs and private sector to deal with sustainability issues. However, it's worth mentioning that fair trade, the existence of fair trade dates back before the Earth Summit, as the first fair trade national standard was established in 1988 in Netherlands. However, in 1997, these national standards came together to form Fair Trade International. When it comes to market statistics, the report shows that there has been a significant growth in terms of standard compliant production. As you can see from the first graph, there is a significant increase between the years 2008 and 2013 and 14. Coffee sector is leading the market, reaching from 15% in 2008 to almost 50% in 2013 and 14. And however, this significant growth hasn't been translated into actual sales of sustainable, standard compliant products. So the report shows that there is a significant lag between the actual production and their sales. So in majority of the cases, 1/3 or half of standard compliant production is not sold as standard compliant at all. Whenever there is a single sector standard in commodity sectors, they tend to dominate the market. This is mostly due to the less rigorous standards or criteria coverage of these standards, with the promise that this will help smallholders or marginalized communities to gain market access, cut their cost, and of course help to rapid uptake. We can see this trend in these graphs as well. This shows the production, the commodity production certified by different standards in different commodity sectors. However, when it comes to geographical distribution, as we can see from these examples, the promise hasn't been really delivered. Most of the sustainable production is happening in more integrated and developed economies. As you can see in the case of coffee or banana, Most of the production is happening in Latin America, South America, which is considered more developed and integrated market compared to Africa or Asia. If the promise of sustainability standards is to help more marginalized communities or developing countries to gain market access, then they need to be involved in the decision-making process. That this reflects in their board representation. So as we can see from this graph, there are only few standards that give a high priority to this issue. And there are standards that try to keep balance between these two. Within the report, we also analyze standards in terms of their social, environmental, economic criteria in order to understand where they lie within this sustainable development, within the context of sustainable development. And we have developed a set of indices and indicators through the participatory process and a discussion with advisory panel members. Those indicators were later included into a standard map of ITC as well. So we have analyzed standards in terms of three main criteria. First one is environmental. As you can see, we have different aspects within environmental criteria. I hope you can see them. And so the overall result is that where environmental practices with direct yield outcomes tend to dominate in terms of environmental criteria. Although fair trade wasn't originally designed to deal with environmental issues, it tends to cover almost all aspects of environmental criteria and all environmental indicators and scores as average in the list. When it comes to social criteria, we can see that negative rights of international labor organization standards tend to dominate, and fair trade is one on the top of the list. When it comes to economic criteria, we can see very low coverage among standards. It's mainly due to the belief, widely spread belief that when the economic benefits should follow upon the compliance of the standard criteria. But however, we cannot see this in terms of real outcomes, as we saw it in geographical distribution of the standard market, as well as in sales charts that I presented. So when it comes to economic criteria, fair trade tends to dominate to be on the top of the list. We also analyzed standards in terms of opportunities and challenges, but I'm going to present only about fair trade today. When it comes to opportunities through fair trade certification, first we should mention about its concentration on developing countries, as fair trade certification is available only for products sourced from developing countries. Fair trade also is a leader in enabling equitable governance among developing country smallholders. It also tries to accommodate further the smallholder needs by extending the period of certification from 3 years to 6 years. Fair trade is the only initiative with criteria covering all aspects related to contractual transparency. Price premiums tend to be the less covered criteria among all standards. However, fair trade and UTZ are only two standards that give high priority to this criteria. Challenges that exist are more about overall sustainable market rather than fair trade itself. Voluntary initiatives, whether fair trade or not, they cannot be expected to overcome market imperfections. When we rely on free market forces to distribute the supply, then it tends to be distributed to those who can provide the production with less cost. So, however, undertaking certification is very costly for smallholders and marginalized communities. Thus, further intervention is needed. This can be done through building the market, through preferential tariffs and taxes and public procurement policies. Or it can be done through facilitating access to technical assistance as well as financial assistance. There are organizations that are dealing with these issues already. SCAN is dealing with technical assistance to unorganized smallholder organizations, and FAST is facilitating access to finance. There is also great need for information transparency, especially information on market trends, as well as actual impact of these of sustainability standards. We as an SSI team, we try to report regularly on actual market trends of sustainability trends, and we try to close this gap. We are always looking for new sustainability issues to cover, as well as new standards to include to our reports, and we always look for cooperation in this field. When it comes to conclusion or take-home messages, first we should consider that there is a significant growth in terms of market share of sustainability products, standard compliant products. But however, it's mostly concentrated in developed economies. Fair trade has the right priorities. However, it offers limited vehicles or tools to allow smallholders to undertake this certification. Thus, the other certifications or standards that have the same goals or objectives need to be considered as well. In order to deal with market imperfections, we need more rigorous public policy instruments or frameworks, and in order to promote the principles of fair trade and achieve more sustainable supply chains within sustainability markets. Thank you very much for your consideration. If you have any further questions, you can contact us through these contact addresses, or write directly to our lead researcher, Jason Potts. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Mama.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mamadova. Your experience as a researcher, coupled with your field experience in Costa Rica, has given rise to some legitimate concerns. It was good to see how fair trade positions itself vis-a-vis social and economic considerations, as well as the environmental one, because we are looking for an all-embracing issue relating to the Sustainable Developing Goals. We have also seen that as regards pricing, there are organizations which obviously would set goals, but there's a lot more which remains to be done. So it'll be interesting to see how we can improve certain aspects and tackle the challenges. Let's now go on to this next speaker. Well, I didn't say this at the start. We'll hear from the 4 speakers, and then we'll have a discussion on all 4 subjects. The second speaker is Dr. Adrian de Groot Ruiz, who has a dual experience in the public and private sector. And he has worked with public enterprises, agencies such as UNEP, and private ones, ABN AMRO. So we can now give him the floor to speak about the true price, if you can call it that, or the truth about prices. Mr. de Groot Ruiz, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you very much. So I have the pleasure and honor to speak to you about true pricing and also the implications of fair trade for true pricing and the implication of true pricing for fair trade. So I will be doing three things. First, I will very briefly say a little bit more about true price so that you know where I'm coming from. Secondly, I will explain true pricing. So why, what is it, and how can we use it to make trade more fair and more sustainable. And finally, I will go into a couple of cases, and that will also illustrate the relevance of certification and fair trade in particular. So we are a social enterprise with a mission to make markets work for sustainable development by helping organizations to measure, value, and improve their impact. So we work with various sectors. We work with private sector organizations, with public sector organizations, with civil society. And for us that's very important. We also believe in multi-stakeholder partnerships. For example, we are also the co-initiators of a charter to realize the Sustainable Development Goals in multi-stakeholder partnerships. We organized 2 weeks ago an event with Professor Jeffrey Sachs, with Paul Polman from Unilever, and with Vice President Frans Timmermans on the role of those multi-sector partnerships. So we really believe in cooperation of the various sectors. So we believe that if you're going to measure and value externalities, it's very important to do that in an open source way and to provide the right foundations. And I will say a bit more about that. So we developed the first method worldwide to not only value the environmental costs, which has been done very often, but also the social costs, such as underpayment, gender discrimination, forced labor, etc. We've also developed the first method to integrate all these profits and losses into annual accounts of organizations, so the integrated profit and loss account. And we try to work together with other initiatives, such as the Natural Capital Coalition, that tries to forge an international standard to measure and value natural capital. So then true pricing. So first, we see true pricing as part of a much broader trend, a global trend towards transparency and slowly also the internalization of externalities. So externalities are those effects on society that are not captured in prices. For example, CO2. It has an effect on society through global warming, but it is not yet fully captured in the price. For example, we estimate that the social costs of carbon are around 120 euros per ton of carbon, and currently they're around 5 euros per ton of carbon. So 95% of the societal costs are not included in the price. So here you see a picture that, although externalities are a very old concept used by economists for very long, the concept is more than a century old, it's very recent that actually, in particular businesses, have taken it up to use it. So if you would look in 2010, there were just 2 companies working on measuring and valuing externalities. And if you look now, there are very many companies looking at the environmental, but also at the social and human costs and benefits that they create on society and which are not captured in their prices or in their annual accounts. So I think that is very interesting. And it also shows that we're not operating in a vacuum. So then why? And I think you see from very different angles, for example, the Ban Ki-moon about the cost of carbon. He says there's a myth that climate change action will cost heavily, but I'm telling you that inaction will cost much, much more. So in general, sometimes, yes, it may cost a bit more if you're pricing certain things, but it will save us a lot of well-being and money in the long term. Even a very traditional institute, such as the IMF, has said that it cannot be about setting a price without including those externalities, said by Ms. Christine Lagarde. And then from a very different angle, Pope Francis, in his encyclical Laudatio Si, has said, only when the economic and social costs of using up shared environmental resources are recognized with transparency and fully borne by those who incur them, not by other peoples or future generations, can those actions be considered ethical. And so that's a very powerful ethical foundation. So you see that from very different angles, people are recognizing the importance of externalities and including them in prices. So then, what is a true price? And then this is a very specific definition. So we say we take the retail price of a product as a given, and that is determined by market forces, for example, by people liking the product, being there lots of demand for it, or being certain scarcity. And we say that is good. You know, you have markets and they should do their work. But then there are some unpaid environmental and social costs that are actually borne. So there are real costs to water scarcity, there are real costs to child labor, there are real costs to underpayment, but those are not included in the price. So what would be the price if you add to the market price the unpaid social and environmental costs? And then you can see what kind of costs we're talking about. On the environmental side, it's about ecosystem services, water use, materials use, energy, and it's about pollution, climate, air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution. And on the social side, it's very much about workers, so it's about income, underpayment, under-earning, it's about rights at work from the ILO, it's about health and safety, and for the society as a whole, it's about the health of consumers, the well-being of local communities, and the legal requirements of societies. So those are the impacts. And then, of course, this requires some normative foundations and some normative choices. So we recognize that, and we found it, so we look at generally agreed on principles such as the United Nations, the human rights, the Charter on Human Rights, also the ILO rights at work. We look at the Declaration on the Human Environment. So we try to translate those universally accepted principles on, if you actually take them seriously, what would they mean on our collective responsibility and how that should be included in prices. So what is the purpose? And we think that's very important. So it's not about increasing the retail price to the true price, so that you try to measure all the costs and then at the end compensate for those costs. It may be part of the solution, but that's not the goal. The goal is actually to avoid and prevent these external costs. So not to, in the end, kind of compensate for child labor, but to prevent for child labor. So we think that's very important. So it's about bringing the true price down to the retail price by producing and organizing your value chains in a more sustainable manner. Now, of course, sometimes that's possible, sometimes that's not possible, and prices should increase a little bit for the consumer. And so that depends. And there may be also products that are very hard to make at the same price. For example, if you're in the diesel business, making cars that are very polluting, it may be very difficult to get to a good true price. But then our message is then probably you're not very competitive in the long term, because other solutions that are cleaner will probably be able to produce at a better price. Same if you're producing, for example, clothes or textiles, and you can only do that by buying at the cheapest price on the spot market with very low wages, when then in the long term you won't be able to be competitive because others will be able to produce at a better price when those externalities are internalized. So then how can true pricing help to reduce externalities? So we believe it's essential that two things are essential. One is that you create transparency, and the second is that you create incentives. Because it's very important to create incentives for businesses to actually internalize the externalities, to incorporate them. And these incentives, they can come from very traditional corners, could be taxes, but we think that is a very, that's quite far in the future. They can come from smart policy incentives, such as making your subsidies more rational. It comes also down to taking away barriers that are there to internalize externalities. But we also really believe in incentives coming from the market. So coming from consumers, coming from investors. And there you see that market-based initiatives such as fair trade are very important. But in this, we believe that it's very important to create transparency, because otherwise it's quite difficult to internalize externalities if it's quite vague what really the impact of or the externalities are of different products. Because all the companies are now claiming that they are sustainable. So for consumers, they rightly can become quite skeptical. It's like if you buy a second-hand car, you don't know the quality of the car, but every salesman will say, this is a very good car, it was used little, and it will drive you for a long time. But as a buyer, you don't know that. So you're not willing to pay a lot for someone who claims it's a good second-hand car. The same is true for sustainability. Everybody claims that their products are sustainable. They provide a nice logo on it. They provide beautiful charts in their annual reports. But as a buyer, you don't know. So that really limits the willingness to pay for more sustainable products. And even given that information asymmetry, for which, for example, George Stiglitz won a Nobel Prize, that's a critical part for market inefficiency, that in asymmetric information, even with that asymmetric information, consumers, as we've heard, are willing to pay more. So we think that's why transparency is so important, to take away that information asymmetry so that actually the market can work better. So then a couple of cases that we've done. So this is a study we did with IDH. That's a large multi-stakeholder platform working on making global value chains more sustainable. And then we looked at 4 key commodities: cocoa, coffee, tea, and cotton in specific countries, because that's very important, that this is very region dependent. It's very sector dependent, but it's also very region dependent. And there you see the big charts on top. They show 2 things. They show what are the most important external costs, and you cannot read it, so I will read them to you. In the red, it's health and safety, income, child labor, forced labor, gender, harassment, and social security. The green ones are the social costs for air pollution, soil pollution, water use, energy, and materials. And then you see for a kilogram of farm gate product, so that is a kilogram of farm gate product, you see what externalities are. And then you see in which sectors actually there's a larger challenge overall. So you see that cocoa and cotton have more external costs than, for example, coffee and tea from Vietnam and Kenya. So there you see those are sectors that really require our attention. So that's the first message. So if you're thinking, where should I invest in to make things more efficient? Well, probably there's more to gain by investing in cocoa in Ivory Coast and cotton in India. The second is that you can see what are the most important impacts. And then both for cotton as for cocoa, you see that of the social ones, income is a very important driver. So underpayment and under-earning, that's a major impact. But you also see differences. Whereas in India, the environmental costs are dominant, and in particular water. In cocoa and Ivory Coast, for example, is the social issues that are the most important. So of course you want to solve them all, but it helps you to focus where should we focus most on in a given country and sector. Then a specific case, so looking at the solutions, this is a case where we looked at roses for HIVOS, that's an NGO, and we looked specifically at roses in Kenya, and it's a tea hybrid rose we looked at. So this is the true price. So such a specific rose, it's of course dependent on the rose, costs 70 cents in the store, and then the external costs are around 25 cents. 20 cents environmental costs, 5 cents social costs. And then the biggest impacts on the social side again is income, so underpayment of the workers. And then it's important to know the regional conditions because the majority of these workers are single income mothers. So that is necessary to know what's actually the living income. And on the energy, on this environmental side, it's energy. Because then thinking about the solutions, the next step is if you know the true price, how can you solve it? So then we've looked at various initiatives initiatives that already exist and initiatives that you could take. For example, in-kind wages, giving training, having a gender committee, having integrated pest management. We looked at two things. What are the impacts on the true price part, so on the sustainability, and what are the impacts on the profitability per hectare? Because you cannot ask a farmer to implement lots of things if they will make a loss. And so we saw two things. The first one is that on the environmental side, there is a business case for most of these interventions. So actually you don't need to make things more expensive. But the bottleneck is that they need access to finance, because these investments have a payback time of 3 to 4 years and they're risky. And the farmers say they don't have the access to finance. So the solution is not to make things more expensive, but to provide access to finance to these farmers. On the social side, it's a bit different, because if you look at the intervention called basic living wage in the middle, you see that's a very important improvement on the social costs, but you see that that would reduce the profit of the farmers by more than 60%. So there we say, well, that's not something you can ask a farmer, so if you want that to happen, you need to increase the price of that rose at the farm gate. And then thinking about, is this actually possible? So we looked at, in the end, at the end product. And there you see, from the second to the third, actually letting the consumer pay for the living wage that would require 1 to 2 cents on a rose of 70 cents. So that's actually quite possible. So there you see that whereas for the farmer it would entail making a loss of 60 to 70%, on a consumer level it would require paying 1 to 2 cents on a rose of 70 cents. So there is quite a lot of solution potential. What is the problem is that currently it's very hard to get a better price for certified flowers, because you have the way the auctions work, it's very difficult to have price differentiation for certified roses. So there you need to make markets more efficient and change the structure of the value chain. Then a case we've done for Tony's, so that's a chocolate producer that intends to make sustainable products, and I think Lily even has a Tony's bar with her, I just saw. So we do two things. First, they have the intention to make better chocolate with less child labor, better earnings, and they source fair trade, but they were asking, are we actually doing better? So we compared the average cocoa from West Africa, Ghana and Ivory Coast with their production. So you see that they're 40% better than the average cocoa. So they have 40% less social and environmental costs. At the same time, they're still not fully sustainable. So they made a commitment to in 5 years become fully sustainable. So by paying good income to the farmers so that you can solve their under-earnings, and also working towards remediating deforestation, etc. So that thing, and for them it's about sourcing fair trade, and then looking how can we work with our producers, with our smallholder corporations to become fully sustainable. Finally, also directly with Fair Trade International and with CLOC, we're working towards a study on the external costs of global banana production. This is a study that we're doing in 5 countries, so Colombia, or 4 countries, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. And there we're looking at various environmental and social impacts. So what is important is that the primary aim of the study is to identify the most important external costs to shape strategies to support producer organizations. So it's not about charging or increasing the price, but actually looking for strategies in order to further improve the sustainability and help support producer organizations. And of course another aim is to see what are the differences between fair trade and non-fair trade production, and is this also something that in the longer term you could use to communicate the better impact of fair trade production. But of course that first depends on what comes out. And this is a very careful process in which we're carefully looking at the indicators. How do you measure it? How do the indicators configure with the local realities? So this is a very careful study that we're conducting. But we hope that in some time, and it can take, for example, a year, we also will be able, so Fairtrade will be able also to share the results. So this was the end of what I wanted to say, and thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Adrien.
Thank you very much, Adrien de Ruiz, for that presentation. I left it deliberately for him. I thought it was an interesting concept, which raises another question. For those who are able to pay and who do so, and then also pay the extra amount that would raise perhaps the need for a corrective amount. This is a debate we can continue to engage in. Our third presentation is by Ms. Lily de Force. Lily de Force is Director of Fair Trade Belgium. She has a lot of experience in the private sector. She has been at the helm of many companies. So she has an insider's knowledge of how this would work in the within an enterprise. She would perhaps help us to understand issues better. Thank you. I'm very happy to be with you.
I was asked to share with you, and it's an honor to share the perspective from the market side and address the question, how can we engage as many as possible consumers and broader also enterprises to engage for fair trade. I'd like to start with the image of the Monopoly game. I don't know who among you have played Monopoly with the children. Can I see? Most of you, I think. Well, if you played it, and if you played it many times, then you know that the game always ends up pretty much in the same way. The winner takes it all, and if you're not careful, you have a fight among your kids. So, well, it's in a way a bit how our world economy functions. It's an hourglass with millions of producers delivering products to just a handful of companies with a lot of power that then serve, in turn, sell to millions of consumers. So that's the setting. And what Fair Trade aims to do is to reform that game, is develop rules of the game so the game develops in a different way. Not only that game, but also the broader, I think the ambition of Fair Trade is not only punctually to serve the farmers that participate in it, but also to lead to changes in policies in the way we interact in the economic system, much broader and beyond fair trade. So I have 3 points that I want to share with you. The first one, I'd like to give you an overview of where we are today on the market side. And it's not my Belgian perspective, but the global perspective. Second, I mean, we are absolutely dissatisfied, constructively dissatisfied with the impact there is today. So how can we do more? So second question will deal with impact. And the third one, I'd like to share with you some experience, and that is from the Belgian perspective, the result from a multi-stakeholder process that we've done that has led to a 10-point action plan around what we can do to create a more sustainable food industry. So let me start with the first point. Mr. Hallo has referred already to the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, they set the ambition of ending poverty in all its forms everywhere, leaving no one behind. I think we've never had the opportunity that we have today with the Sustainable Development Goals. They are a new and powerful opportunity. And we're especially happy from the angle of fair trade with this new framework. Because in a way, we see it as a confirmation of how fair trade has been working for more than 27 years now. The concept that how we consume and how we produce here is interlinked with the life quality of the producers that supply our daily food. So we've been working actually in the spirit of the Sustainable Development Goals for many years, and we see that new framework as a big opportunity. And I can tell you, as a board member of the Belgium chapter of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, today enterprises are searching how they can work with the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals and contribute to it. So never has been, whereas the Millennium Development Goals, we saw it in PowerPoints by the member states or by NGOs. Today, the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, you can attend a presentation by a multinational food company, and big chances are that they will open with the Sustainable Development Goals and the question, how can we contribute to it? So it's a huge opportunity. Fair Trade was started, the label was started about 27 years ago. And today it's the most widely recognized ethical label globally. So that's one thing. I think that's quite an achievement after 27 years. If you look worldwide, about 6 in 10 consumers have seen the Fair Trade mark. In some countries, it's as much as 90%. For example, in the UK, in Belgium, it's 80%. In the Netherlands, it's 90%. So consumer recognition in some countries is very high, and in other countries, it is developing. That's one thing. Second, where people know it, people that do know it, consider it a very credible system. So people that know Fair Trade, 9 in 10 say, I believe in it. Since the onset of Fair Trade, and the system was created in first in the Netherlands, then Belgium, then France, and now many other countries. So since the onset, it has grown in scope. Today, 74 producer countries. So Fair Trade is being produced by farmers in 74 countries, and it's being sold in 125 countries. We've, of course, been operational in a worldwide economic crisis. In spite of the economic crisis, year on year, Fair Trade has seen a growth in retail value. And so that's the turnover of all Fair Trade products aggregated worldwide. And the number you can see for 2015, the turnover of Fair Trade has amounted to 7.2 billion euros. So that's the aggregated retail value of Fair Trade today. And the forecast for 2016 is that we will see another increase of around 12 to 15%. The growth is there in the core categories, like bananas, coffee, and cocoa, but also in the many, many other products. We have today about over 400 cahiers de charge, donc criteria for different products that we can trade. So virtually any product that is traded from the global south to here, to our markets, we do have today Fair Trade standards for those products. Now let's have a look at the economic force of Fair Trade, and then the key question to ask is, what is the market share of Fair Trade? Now, I have made a selection here of a number of countries. As I mentioned before, we are present in about 124 market countries, but when you look at a number of countries to give you an idea, then you see actually that whereas we started from pretty small, in some countries we are a considerable actor, if not the main actor in some categories. For example, in Switzerland, market share of bananas today is 53%. So just imagine if we could achieve certain market shares as such in virtually every country, what a huge opportunity that would be. So let's study what happened in Switzerland and see how we replicate that. Same for example, cocoa. It's on the rise. It's still much smaller than bananas, but also, for example, coffee in the UK with close to 20%, you become a pretty dominant actor in the coffee market in the UK. So just to give you an idea. This is maybe a bit more difficult chart, but the size of the bulb gives you the absolute volume of fair trade as being sold on the market. So the grey one is the biggest market, is the UK, with a turnover of about approaching 2 billion euros. Second one is Germany, of course, with the second size of country as well is the green one, which you see in the middle, with the turnover of approaching 1 billion. Third one is Switzerland with half a billion. But then the position of the bulb, the more you go to the right-hand side, the higher the penetration. So this is a measure for the consumption of fair trade per individual citizen. Yeah. So you see 3 countries leading that. So that is the UK, Switzerland, and actually Sweden, who in the last years really moved to the right. Then you see about a group of other countries approaching, and that is happening today, so approaching the leading countries. And then you see a number of countries, actually some of them have just started. You may or may not know that we have started to label and sell fair trade products not only in our European or American or Australian, New Zealand, but also in southern countries. We have launched the label in Kenya, South Africa, Brazil, India, and more countries to come. So we've already been working in the philosophy of the SDGs, saying there's no north-south axis, but so fair trade products not only produced in the global south, but today also sold in the global south. Okay, so the next question is, well, what have we done in countries like Switzerland and the UK and Sweden to make it such a success story, and how could we replicate it? Well, actually, it's a mixture of what in business terms we would call pull and push activities. Wherever fair trade market activities were started, it always started with pull. That means focusing on the consumer and engaging, raising awareness of the concept of fair trade. So if people see a product with the label, they can say, okay, I see this label, I recognize it, I will buy it. So that's the top. And of course, what helps us is that in every country where we start with a labeling initiative, the founding fathers are development NGOs. For example, in Belgium, close to 20 development NGOs are the founding father of Fair Trade Belgium. So those are today our partners in these campaigning initiatives. Where we just started in Kenya, for example, Oxfam International is part of the founding father of Fair Trade in Kenya to help creating awareness among Kenyans. So we never do that kind of campaigns alone, but with the main civil society actors in fair trade. So what do we do? On the right-hand side, you see fair trade towns. In Flanders, to take the example, 70% of the towns are fair trade towns. So that means for public procurement, they support the idea that when a town, big towns, small towns, they buy coffee, that it will be a fair trade coffee, else you cannot be a fair trade town. We address schools. We do that with media partners. We just completed the biggest coffee campaign worldwide, so where 20 countries participated to the biggest coffee break on earth with fair trade coffee. It was a big success. We do traditional media, where we try to explain via newspapers, online, social media, what is fair trade and why it is important. And we also, on the left-hand side in the poll, you see we do traditional marketing activities below the line, supporting consumers in their choice of fair trade through giving, for example, coupons. So that's the classical poll activities which we've done. That's one approach. Now, if we look at the UK, and clearly UK fair trade has been civil society led for many years, but when the market really reached that tipping point, it was not based on pull, but it was on push. Taking the example on the left-hand side, for example, in 2007, actually, Sainsbury's decided no longer to sell regular bananas, but only fair trade bananas in the UK market. So that was in 2007. So by this act, they doubled the volume of fair trade in the UK alone. That was one thing. Since then, about all of the retailers, not every retailer, but most of the retailers in the UK have followed So that's one of the reasons why the UK market is so well developed in bananas. So Sainsbury's was a first mover, and then came a number of others. So what is the result of this Sainsbury Act for farmers? You may know that the UK is very, very the situation is tough in bananas. We experience one price war after the other, which has resulted in a decline of the price in bananas. Well, at least with fair trade, the farmers have a guaranteed minimum price, even in situations of heavy price war. 10 million of pounds in extra premium to the producers over the past years. So this is for producers' investment money for future development. Of course, a sustainable production without harmful pesticides. So this were the benefits on the farmer side. Now, in the market side, this has Sainsbury's has doubled the market in fair trade bananas, since others have followed in the UK, but also in other countries. Many actors followed the example of Sainsbury's. And if I may have, yeah. You see, next to Sainsbury's, Plus in the Netherlands did exactly the same thing. So they said, okay, we will not put on the shelf, we will delist A-brand bananas and private label bananas. We will only sell fair trade in private label. And this has enabled Plus to stay out of the price war that also happened in the Netherlands. So that was for them a benefit. And they've been able to grow the category by 9% since they've been introducing fair trade. Same happened in the UK with Cadbury's. Of course, we'll hear the example from the Vine. And several brands really did what we call a full switch, 100% onto fair trade, with immediate traction and results for farmers in the global south. So, yeah, next slide, please. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Okay, so the question is now, what can we do more? What can we do more in function of more impact? One of the huge challenges, and you've seen it presented by Mrs. Mamadova, there is a huge offer of fair trade, and we see many newcomers in fair trade, but the market doesn't absorb the available volume with the same speed. So there is a disequilibrium between what is available and what the market can absorb. So to address, and that of course creates a frustration among farmers because they engage for fair trade and in the end they don't sell. It's especially the case in cocoa. And that's the reason why we have introduced a new concept, which we call a fair trade sourcing concept. So on the top you see the traditional concept, which we've been working for years, label on products. On the bottom you see the new concept, and I'll give you the example of Ferrero. Ferrero is one of the 6 major players in cocoa. They've engaged in 2013 that they would source 10% of their worldwide volume on fair trade terms. Since then they have kept that engagement, and a couple of weeks ago we concluded a new engagement by Ferrero for another 20%, so 20,000 tons of cocoa, which is huge volumes, mainly sourced from West Africa. Not only that, they also engaged to source 20,000 tons of sugar on the fair trade terms. So by this sourcing approach, we are able to unlock new volumes of fair trade. This is the result of it. Cocoa sales volume 2015 versus 14. And you see, for example, in Germany, well, the cocoa fair trade market is dominated by the UK. Almost 50% of the cocoa volume from West Africa is going to the UK today. But Germany, just over the last year, through the fair trade sourcing, which is the second runner-up, has been able to double the volume in 1 year's time. So through engagements by, for example, Lidl and Ferrero, that growth has been unlocked, and there's more to come there. This is my concluding slide. I'd like to share with you 10 steps or 10 an action plan which we developed, and you see at the bottom in a multi-stakeholder process in Belgium. Now, what's the point? The point I want to make is that when we talk with actors individually, most of the actors have recipes for what the others need to do to make the world more sustainable. Consumers say yes. 80% of consumers will tell you yes, we want more fair trade, but only 15% will actually pay for more fair trade. And they say the industry needs to take the responsibility. The retailers will say, we can't move because the consumers are not ready to pay. The farmers say, well, we are ready to supply, but the brands and retailers are so tough on us. So the process we have started is working with all these stakeholders together and say, what could we do collectively to make changes happen? First one, co-creation among value chains. Today in Fair Trade we are working in Senegal with a classical development organization, banana producers, with Fair Trade certifiers, with retailers here in Belgium to bring Fair Trade bananas from Africa, from Senegal to the Belgian supermarkets. This is a co-creation process where the actors pull together. Several people have referenced transparency. When you make it clear who earns what in the supply chain, then you have a totally different discussion, I guarantee you. Sustainable procurement. Often we see companies making big claims. By 2020 we will. Mostly it's the CEO making that claim. When you look at the procurers, what KPIs they work with, they're mostly on price. So if a CEO makes a big claim, there needs to be a sustainable procurement policy. And how will your buyers assess sustainability aspects? Choice editing. Supermarkets have a huge potential to put fair trade, sustainable products at positions where the rotation will be advanced. Private label products. Growth segment today, there's the big volume, so retailers need to invest in their private label products. Pre-competitive agreements. If the industry makes agreements on where we will start to compete, then of course it's a whole different ballgame. Governments, what could we do? A code of conduct that is enforced. Voluntary engagements are very weak. If you put a code of conduct, what we see, and the eighth one, creation of a level playing field. What we hear from, for example, Unilever, actors that are very engaged, they say, I have to compete with others that are not. And so it's virtually impossible for big players, retailers, industry to make a big leap forward if there are no minimum decency rules put into the market. I think that's where actors around the table here can really make a difference. I'll keep it for the examples at that. I thank you very much.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Je pense que...
Thank you very much. Obviously, we'll come back to these 10 major
du problème.
These 10 major components, the crux of the problem. How can we organize ourselves to make this a reality? Who does what? And maybe this will come up in the questions. Who works with the producers in the field in order to attain all these objectives? We'll see that afterwards. So let's come to the last speaker. We're a bit pressed for time, but everything said so far has been extremely interesting. We hear from Mrs. Rosita Zilli, who is the Deputy Secretary General of Eurocoop. So from the consumer standpoint, how consumers see the trend, how this takes into account what the producers are expecting. So, Mrs. Zilli, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the invitation. So, yes, Rosita Zilli, Deputy Secretary General at Eurocoop, the European Community of Consumer Cooperatives. Just to give you a bit of a snapshot of who we are the European Association of Consumer Cooperatives. Our members are the national consumer cooperative organizations in 19 European countries, and our members' main activity is retail. So we heard a lot about supermarkets. So we are actually supermarkets, a different kind of cooperative supermarkets. And our general numbers are those you see on the screen. So we represent 5,000 local consumer cooperatives, 500,000 employees, 36,000 points of sales. This is one of the figures I cherish the most. We represent 32 million consumer members across Europe, and for a total annual retail turnover of 76 billion euros. So many times I'm confronted with the idea that cooperatives, especially in Europe, they are very small. But I can tell you that in different countries, like in Italy or in Finland, Slovakia, Denmark, they are actually market leaders. So we're not speaking about a small entity. And if our associates were one supermarket and not 19, as they actually are, actually we will be the biggest retail force in Europe. As an association, we are pretty small. We have our secretariat here in Brussels, actually very close to here. We represent our members before the European institutions. We foster the exchange of experiences, best practices, and know-how, and we provide information on key policy issues. And this is our website. And by the way, we have just a new website as of last Friday. So, I would like to spend just a couple of minutes to tell you a bit about the cooperative difference, especially because in my long-lasting service in Eurocoop, I see that precisely there are a lot of people who don't know cooperatives. So cooperatives are just a different entrepreneurial model, which is based on values and principles. So if cooperatives don't abide to these values and principles, they just are not cooperatives. They are not cooperatives. They cannot be defined themselves as cooperatives. So the values are self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity. So this links, of course, a lot about with our discussions today. And the principles, I won't go through all of them, but just draw your attention to the principles of education, training, and information, of cooperation among cooperatives, and of concern for community. So yeah, this is a bit to give you a picture about us. The relation between cooperative and sustainability. Because of their specific entrepreneurial form based on values and principles, cooperatives are generally considered to be as inherently sustainable businesses. Here you see one of the labels we use on our own brand products in Italy. So the co-op products are made without discrimination and without exploitation of the workers. And our concept of sustainability is rooted in the one of sustainable development, as it was indicated still back in '87 by the United Nations. So, responsible value chains and sustainable sourcing through fair trade. Why? Well, for a lot of reasons, of course. I've just highlighted some of the main ones. Of course, because it is an obliged option, because of our cooperative nature, because it is a way to respond to consumers' needs and expectations. And about this point, I want to echo a bit what the previous speaker has said. It's true that actually we always experience in the retail level this gap between what the consumers actually say and what they actually do. But it is true in our case that also fair trade has been boosted by consumers' wishes, and in the case of consumer cooperatives, of course, for us, consumer is king. Then, of course, we have been pioneering fair trade in many markets, but not only. For example, now we also work a lot in our own countries' supply chains. For example, the Italian consumer cooperatives, they've done a lot of work in the supply chains for oranges and tomatoes in southern Italy. We believe that there are problems just in what is called the global south, which is not the case, unfortunately. And of course, for us, fair trade is a way to address global challenges in an economically sound way. And to show more transparency to the general public, to our consumers, to our members, to NGOs, and to the regulatory environment. How to foster responsible value chains and sustainable sourcing through fair trade. you may know that many of the producers from the south, from the global south, from which we source our products, are actually organized in cooperatives. So this makes us. It is also part of our mission, actually, and of our principles to foster cooperation between cooperatives. We aim always at creating long-lasting working relationships, so it's never about spot aid here and there, but also but really to create a chain which has a stable presence on our supermarkets. Then, of course, by promoting goods that take environmental and social aspects into specific consideration. It's not a lot about us, retailers, but of course we also believe that public procurement has actually a key role to play in this. And it has been mentioned before, the role of own brands. For us, own brands are really the most important weapon we have to convey economic, environmental, and social standards. It makes it possible to, for example, sell fair trade goods in an economically viable way. So yeah, I really wanted to highlight this aspect, and I want to spend maybe 30 seconds more to speak about labeling. In our retailers, we see that actually fair trade has got a very good uptake. We are confronted every day with the label proliferation. We know that consumers have just 6 to 7 seconds to make a purchasing choice. So actually, our invitation also for the sustainability schemes which are out there is in a way to converge to most well-known schemes, and fair trade is definitely one of those, because when we listen to our consumers, they ask us to have 4 or 5 schemes and no more, because otherwise they get confused. So from a recent research, we saw that really they want MSC for fish, they want fair trade, they want organic for local products, and that's it. It's like they cannot take anymore. So yeah, this point about simplification of labels is something which is very, very core to our work. And then, of course, consumer members' information, training, education. There I put a football ball, which was launched by one of our Spanish cooperatives. I think it was in 2008, but since we are in the middle of the European Cup, I thought it was still a very quite pertinent image. This is a very important point, consumer members' information, training, and education, because cooperatives, unlike other private retailers, the other retailers say education is just for public authorities, it's for school, it's not for us. Whereas cooperatives actually have education of their employees and consumer members as one of their goals. Then, of course, by increasing availability and accessibility of sustainably sourced goods, and maybe one of the most difficult, we heard about how to internalize these famous externalities, make the right option the easiest option. And I insist again that from a consumer point of view, the easiest, the better, the most simplified, the better, for the good and for the bad. But this is what we see. And of course, further cooperation and mutual understanding along the food supply chain. Then I will conclude very briefly with some examples. One of our main members is the cooperative group in the UK. You may know it. You may also know that they have gone through. They have gone back to origins now with a retro branding. It's the clover in the upper right of my presentation. And they still are, for the moment, the UK's largest convenience seller of fair trade products. And I have to contradict the previous speaker because actually they were the first worldwide to launch on-brand products with a fair trade mark. And we speak about sugar, tea, hot chocolate, roses, cotton wool, and also bananas, for example. Recently, they've launched a program which is called Beyond Fair Trade to support farmers, cooperatives, and producer associations in ACP countries. So I think this is the place to mention that. Since 2009 to 250,000 and plus people benefited from 16 projects around the world. And they've recently launched the Fair Trade Hub, where it is an online community, and I invite you to go and look for it. It's an online community where actually consumers can talk directly to fair trade producers, and it's pretty successful for the moment. Also, the Italian Co-op was the first Italian retailer to sell fair trade products in 1995. It was coffee. I was told that it was not very good at the moment, at that time, but now things have progressed a lot. And in 2003, they've created the own brand Solidal line. So it's again an example of how private labels can actually be a wonderful vehicle to work with, in this case, with the fair trade schemes. In 2015, the Solidal line turnover was of 35 million euros. So we're not speaking about peanuts. And again, the Italian cooperative is the first retailer in Italy. So we're speaking about consistent volumes. And special focus on fair trade was given during Expo Milan 2015, where a lot of meetings called Traveling Around Food were organized, also with schools, because cooperatives carry out precisely all these educational activities. So a lot of awareness raising has been done, also in occasion of the Expo. And to conclude, we also have COP Denmark. Here it's a bit a different note from Fairtrade, but I also wanted to present this. They've launched a COPS Africa initiative, launching an own-brand line called Savannah. Not all the own brands of this line are actually fair trade, but what I find interesting about this line is that they focused on the best of Africa. So they really decided to sell premium goods, and to revert a bit the idea that still many consumers across Europe have about products coming from Latin America or Africa, like they are still from a majority. The majority of them are still in this aid perspective, whereas the Danish cooperative said no. Africa really sources excellent products. They can be really top market products, and they found this a very interesting concept. And to conclude with. COP Norway, they sell their own brand coffee, which is called Café Futuro, and they source it from 2001 from the Guatemalan cooperative Fede Cocagua. And interesting, they mix 3% of this Café Futuro in their own brand coffee in order to increase the volumes of the fair trade coffee used. So voila, this was a quick snapshot about who we are, what we do about fair trade, and I'm available, of course, to reply to all your questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Zili.
Thank you, Mrs. Zili, for confirming to us that the first or the pioneers were on your side, not on the other side. But what we want, obviously, is for the movement to expand football in Belgium. Well, the color is black, red, and yellow. It's not blue and white. But anyway, I think we have reached the most exciting part after the presentations. The floor is now open for your questions. Those who have questions, you can please come and sit down if you are in the other rows so that you're near a microphone. And when you ask your question, introduce yourself. I think we take a series of 3 or 4 questions, then they will be answered, and we take another series. The lady down there, then the gentleman at the back. 3, and then 3. Yes, madam, go ahead.
For the floor, my name is Yolana Mungengova. I have the pleasure to be a member of cabinet for the EU Trade Commissioner, Madam Cecilia Malmström. And I would like to start by really thanking all the organizers and especially the ACP Secretariat for hosting this very, very interesting event today. Many things have been said, and what I've heard was indeed very thought-provoking. I would also like to concur with those who stress the importance of transparency, of not only making us aware of what we buy, but what is the actual price of it, but also building trust about the auditing of those who then promise to eventually channel some of the premiums back to the agriculturers, the farmers, or the communities. We have experienced the benefits of transparency also in the context of trade policy in more general terms, so we can only concur with that. I would nevertheless like to raise 2 questions. When we talk about who can buy fair trade products in the EU, and also looking at some of the slides that, for example, Madame de Forge has used, we have the impression, or at least this is what I had, that it's the middle class and the upper strata of our European societies who can indeed pay more and who are not limited by 20 cents more on a rose or on a cup of coffee to do so. But in the European Union, as we all know, we also have people who do not belong to the middle class. We even have poor people in the EU. So how can we make sure that fair trade products and the price of them become affordable to all of us, not only, some elite people who will eventually compensate their lack of moral in acquiring their wealth by then buying a couple of fair trade cups of tea, coffee, or whatever else. So that's my question to you, the expert. Thank you very much.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Je pense que...
Thank you very much. That question is really thought-provoking. The gentleman right at the back.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Sous-Secrétaire.
Good morning, Assistant Secretary General. Thank you, Mrs. Boto, for the invitation. I have an African economic operator. My question is this. The products I have heard about this morning are products belonging to 4 major groups, A, B, C, D. IDM, Bargil, and Dreyfus. So, isn't there some unfair competition here? That's my first question. Second question, I keep hearing talk about fair trade. I'm in the retail sector, but it's fair trade towards Europe. In Nigeria, there are 18 shopping malls which have opened 10,000 square meters. So what about South-South fair trade? Benin can make fair trade products for Nigeria. That needs to be studied. How can fair trade be expanded in order to have South-South fair trade? Thank you.
Merci, question très importante.
Thank you. A very good question. If we want to attain the SDGs, obviously is through beefing up regional integration and intra-regional or inter-regional trade, South-South products. The third speaker, yes, the gentleman there.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Albert Inyongo, engineer, agronomist, and a consultant in a consultancy firm. This is my question. In the various products you outline in terms of sustainable development, the focus seems to be on tropical products, as if the principle can only be applied to tropical products. You shouldn't forget that the consumers in the developing countries. So what can be the solution here? That is, you have those in developing countries, are they able to copy the model? The African consumer or the Asian consumer also wants to eat apples or chairs and strawberries which you produce. So is this notion of sustainability applicable to tropical countries? The second speaker highlighted the various standards which are very complicated and stringent particularly for a small producer. For example, when I'm in the field, I don't know whether I'll start explaining to a small producer what laws he has to comply with. It's a very complicated process. So all these models, all these standards perhaps need to be simplified in order for them to be understandable and well assimilated by the small-scale producers. So that is just a remark which is relevant to many researchers going to developing countries. They talk about certain standards or laws which the small producer doesn't understand. Thank you. Well, I think we can answer that first series of questions. Let me just add this. How do you work in terms of quality standards of those products? When we speak about the European market or the other markets, we know what are the market access conditions. So products are bought at the right price, but how do you get them to the market in order for them to comply with the normal standards and sanitary laws and legislation? So, well, all the questions are to all four speakers, but let's begin with Mrs. DeForce.
Okay, so thank you for the first question. Who can buy fair trade products? Is it only an elite or is it for everyone? The most straightforward answer to your question is scale. Scale, economy of scale. Because if you look today at the price differentiation of fair trade products versus non-fair trade, and if you analyze, I'm looking at the price in the market, not at the farmer level, the price in the market. And if you analyze that, then you see, and it's pretty much for every commodity that we work in, if you look at the price for the consumer, then actually only a very small portion of that consumer price is the price to the farmer. So changing that to a better level doesn't even, and I think my neighbor has also already explained that at the farmer, changing a better price at the farmer level doesn't necessarily have to impact too much the consumer price. Where we see big differences in consumer price and you analyze it, it mostly has to do with economy of scale. Small scale productions, brands that operate on a small scale, have an extra investment cost that needs to be ventilated over a small volume. If you bring it to a big volume, then you can address that. The best example, I think, is fair trade bananas, where the scales are of such a nature that the price difference between a branded non-fair trade banana and a branded fair trade banana is not. In many markets, it's no longer there. So, second question, the gentleman in the back. Of course, I gave you the examples of big brands. Je vous ai donné les exemples des marques.
Give you an example of the big brands because we've committed for significant volumes with them.
Thousands of brands, big and small. So we work with a whole spectrum of brands in pretty much every commodity that we work in. The third question, fair trade Sud-Sud, it's a very good one. It's something that that preoccupied us since some time, and that's what you see is that since some years we have started to launch fair trade product sales in the South. I agree with you that it's still slowly, but we have started. South Africa is probably the market where we best developed today, but we did start in Kenya. If you go in Bangalore in India today, you can buy fair trade coffee, but it's a start. So then that brings me to the gentleman's question about what about why do we focus only on export, if I understood you well, export products and not any other products that maybe are sold locally? How can we copy the model for any agricultural product or even for products outside of the scope of agricultural products? So I can say that this is a topic that preoccupies us as well. And here I think as a Fair Trade International organization, maybe Marieke will comment later on that as well, we are confronted with so many things to do and little means to do what we need to do. So we are forced to make choices, but we would love to broaden the scope and introduce many more products. We would love to, even in our markets, work with products as milk, as any agricultural product, but we have made until today, and that might change tomorrow, but we have made choices and focus because impact is delivered where sales are significant, and we want to show first that if we can bring up the sales in bananas, cocoa and coffee to significant levels, that the predominant volume that is available is sold under, that there is really where the impact is manifested. And once we are at that level, then I think it will be much easier also to broaden the scope to any other product. Can we simplify the norms in fair trade? I think we should. It's an equilibrium between responding to quality and norms needs and credibility. You've seen our credibility is at 90% in most of the markets where we operate. Credibility is a scarce good, and you don't mess around with that. And that is dependent on the quality of the standards and the quality of the process to guarantee the standards. So we don't take that lightly. And yes, every time we do a standard revision, I think we move towards more simplifications, but that's a process that requires that equilibrium. Your question on quality, it's a question we often get. You know, yes, production is ecologically sustainable, socially sustainable, and we guarantee economic aspects. But what about the quality, the intrinsic quality of the products? Now, I can tell you that for most of the fair trade producers, at least the ones that I have encountered, they have really understood that if market actors are paying more for fair trade products, then the first thing they seek is quality. I think in the 60s, 80s, you had consumers that bought fair trade coffee. If it wasn't even a good coffee, they would still buy it because the main act of buying it was an act of solidarity. Today, the fair trade consumer is a completely different consumer. And yes, there is still some solidarity, but it's mostly a choice of a lifestyle. And so the first preoccupation by a fair trade consumer is quality. And fair trade producers know that, and they invest. If you look at the investment of the fair trade premium worldwide, you will see, if you ask yourself the question, where do fair trade cooperatives invest their premium in? You'll see, I think it's, Marieke, help me, I think it's up to 20-25%. That's even more. So if you leave the choice to producers, then they invest in quality, because if they get in touch with the market, which fair trade is a little bit like an umbilical cord which brings producers in touch with the market actors and with consumers, then it doesn't take long for producers to understand that if they want to sell, that quality is top of the bill, and they do invest in that. By this, I hope I have answered most of the questions that came my way. Thank you.
So thank you. I would like to take my time to fully address the question on the affordability. because I think that's a very relevant one. And I would like to start with the first one, to observe that whatever is proposed, and with fair trade it may not be optimal, but it's better than the status quo. And so I would like to say that the status quo is that we say, well, we subsidize, so those who are poor, we have that are able to buy affordable products, they are now subsidized by the very poor and by future generations. So you have the most poor, the ones that don't earn a living wage, the ones that are exploited, the ones that have child labor, those are now subsidizing the relatively poor, say in Europe. That's a bad system. So I think that's very important to establish that as a common ground, so that what we are producing may not be perfect, but it's definitely better than what we have now. So you should think of ways, what are better ways actually to subsidize the relatively poor that doesn't come from the very poor, from a principled perspective. The second point is, and I think that has said before sufficiently, that things don't need to be more expensive or much more expensive. It's often for the consumer. It's often a distribution in the value chains of the profit margins that can definitely be different. It's also about efficiency, it's about scale, and actually preventing external costs typically is much cheaper than remediating afterwards. Same as if you have an illness, it's much cheaper to prevent it than from curing it. So I think that's very important, that products that are produced more sustainably are much cheaper than if you would actually want to pay the true price, for example, once the harms have already been done. That said, of course, affordability is very important. And I think one interesting perspective also coming from the SDGs is that what is actually the problem then, that if we say we actually think that people should be able to pay a good price for their products, should be able to buy fair trade, and if they can't, well, that then actually means that they're not earning a living wage here in Europe. If they cannot pay for sustainably produced products, then actually people in Europe are not earning a living wage. So then we should make sure that they actually here in Europe earn a living wage so that they can buy those sustainably produced products. So the fourth is that the point is that it's very important that things are now voluntary, that we don't force fair trade on all the consumers at this point. It's a voluntary scheme because we may identify that there's a joint responsibility to do something about it. It's a very different thing to say everybody should buy fair trade now. So I think that's also the power of fair trade, that it is voluntary, and given the imperfect system that we have, this is a very good way in which those who can actually shoulder and carry a bigger share, a fair share of the responsibility, also buy the fair trade. So I think that's actually a very good mechanism. And finally, if you would like, at long term, say 10 to 20 years, if you want to bring taxation into the scheme, you can do that in a budget neutral way. So that actually it's not that people can, that all products become more expensive, but rather that more polluting products become more expensive and relatively less polluting or better produced products become cheaper. So actually without increasing the burden, without decreasing the effective income of people, you can make the system more sustainable. So that is definitely a win-win.
One sentence. I would like to firmly confirm what my neighbor says here. Cheap products are actually very expensive. Somebody is paying the price somewhere, sometime. Only it's not visible today.
I have very brief additions to what was already said. When it comes to making fair trade products more affordable, I would like to say that it comes again to the issue of cutting costs for becoming certified for smallholders and more marginalized communities. And I would like to emphasize one more time the role of policy instruments and other interventions in terms of leveling up the market and making it more affordable for smallholders to get certified. And cutting costs get translated into the price of the commodities themselves, and it would make it more affordable for a poor community in other countries as well. When it comes to the issue of simplifying fair trade criteria, I would say it shouldn't be a way to go, because we have seen in the case of single sector initiatives that the less rigorous criteria hasn't been translated into uptake by marginalized communities in developing countries. Thus, it's not a solution. We need more, let's say, robust frameworks to address this issue rather than simplifying existing criteria. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, quick additions from my side. As far as the mainstreaming and the affordability of the fair trade products, what we do as cooperative retailers is, of course, to work on scale, as it has been mentioned before, and also on own branding. This is also how we cope with the decrease in purchasing power of our consumers. And actually, it's a good point about the middle class. I don't know, of course, it's not a single responsibility, it's a societal responsibility, but which we see in the purchasing patterns of our consumers across Europe. It's true the middle class is kind of disappearing. We see really a polarization between the sales of basic, like basic goods, very small prices, a discount price, and premium lines. The premium lines, especially the last years across Europe, they've done very, very well. But actually, the main question is, maybe it is more for the cabinet of Commissioner Malmström than for us, is actually where is the middle class? Where is the middle class going? And this is a more complex question than the one just about how to make fair trade goods more affordable. And the last thing is also on quality. We won't be able to sell any fair trade product if it was not of a good quality. So quality for us is key, is one of the first criteria consumers look at. And I have to say, before I've mentioned that back in 1995, the fair trade coffee we used to sell, the Italian cooperative was not really good. So that was really a matter of commitment of engaged consumers. This is not the case anymore nowadays, actually, and this is also why also fair trade became so mainstream, because it satisfies good quality requirements.
Ok, merci.
Thank you. We probably need a briefing on how to subsidize the middle class in Europe so that they can make purchases. But having said that, we can take this up bilaterally, but I didn't get an answer to my question. It was not about whether quality matters, that is important, but we just wanted to know about who would actually be responsible for this. Before we conclude, I'd like to turn to the European Commission for further briefing. Thank you. I don't want to anticipate your conclusions, but I would say after this first panel, we've made much mention of something that should be evident when we talk of trade and economic development. We've talked about pricing, and I was particularly interested in the true prices presentation when you explained that underpayment has a major impact. I don't know if we will have time to go into this, but I would like us to pursue that discussion. You said in a few words how you'd evaluated impact as true price of underpayment, and I do think that is a key. It is very much linked to the issue of quality. You said that smallholders would turn to quality when given a choice, but in farming, most important usually is receiving a fair price for production. And it is also important to note, it is also important to have a willingness to pay by consumers. That is, of course, the wealthiest consumers. You therefore, it is no coincidence that this sector is healthiest in Luxembourg and Switzerland, where there is a capacity to pay a little more. But in any event, if we want to go further, we need to focus on the issue of prices to the small farmers. I'm aware that you have done a lot of work with multinationals and big players, and we are certain that the multinationals would take an interest in sustainable sourcing because consumers are demanding this, because there is concern about certain products' sustainability of the resource. But I do think there's also a major effort needed to convince the big players to pay the producers fairly, which would perhaps more easily resolve the issue of investment in quality and investment in general, rather than tackling it by other means. Usually this consists of saying we will help producers, how explain to them how they can, first of all, perhaps be given better supplies, better inputs. That is important, but I do think we also need to look at using tools to measure quantitatively. I do think normally a smallholder who receives a fair price would invest this in quality. And it is important that we communicate this message again. And it is good that you are actually analyzing this from a quantitative perspective. I would suggest, given the chair of the next session is with us already, we stop here at this point, and perhaps after the second panel, we can include questions about relevant to this panel after the next set of presentations, and we take the time we need to do that. I'd like to thank all of the presenters from the first panel. I think we can give them a round of applause. I just wanted to let you know, I've been asked to tell you there is a 5-minute coffee break. You will have a lunch networking break. I must highlight that this is a Fair Trade ACP coffee. You will perhaps take your coffee, bring it back into the room, and there'll be a longer lunch break later. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please, if we can sit, we also have people following us online, and they are a bit impatient we restart. We also have the chair of our next panel. So, so let's restart. People are arriving with the coffee. I'm very, very sorry, Mr. Lange. The morning session was very exciting to the extent that now, you know, they're all around the Fair Trade coffee downstairs, but they will be coming. I thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. I thank you very much for joining us. I know that you will have to leave a bit before 1. Mr. Bernd Lange is the chairman of the International Trade Committee at the European Parliament, one of the critical institutions, of course, for us within the ACP context. You are also very active with the Fair Trade group within that committee that you could tell us a bit more. And you will be chair of the second panel. The speakers already know that they have 10 minutes and we will take them one after the other before opening for the questions. We do have one I mentioned this morning from CONACADO, the second in the list, which is in the Dominican Republic, who unfortunately couldn't make it for visa reasons, but he will be on Skype, so we will take him as the last speaker because of the time difference. And if there would be any connection problems, which I hope not, then Marike will be happy to assist because she knows very well the case and she's also from the Dominican Republic. So, Mr. Lange, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for the invitation, dear ambassadors, dear friends of Fair Trade. It's really a pleasure to be here, because I'm deeply convinced that Europe has to do much more in sustainable trade, and fair trade movement is, of course, one of the cornerstone for that. And indeed, yes, the European Parliament is really active in trying to promote and improve the situation for the fair trade movement. In 2009, we started with financial support for the fair trade schemes in the Public Procurement Directive. In 2014, the European Parliament made a very clear step in the direction of fair trade requirements in public procurement. And of course, we were also pushing for the Trade for All strategy and introduce fair trade elements in this strategy as well. And personally, yes, I tried to be proactive as possible for the fair trade movement. So I'm really convinced that in the revision of the Aid for Trade strategy, we should introduce corner elements for the fair trade related projects. That's really, really important. Secondly, I think the EU delegations should take their responsibility and start fair trade projects in the relevant countries. And I started a discussion with the heads of the delegation of the EU to find best practice examples during a breakfast during their annual meeting, and it was really impressive exercise, because sometimes there's a lot more under the water than we expected, and we will proceed in this tradition this September, so that we'll have a discussion with the head of delegation once again to promote fair trade and start projects for small producers in third countries. And of course, in our daily work, we really support the work of the International Trade Center to link the producers with customers, so that the market data are available and the link is really transparent for everybody. Indeed, yes, we, European Parliament, even personally, are really supportive for the fair trade movement and for trade products. Yes, of course, the European citizens are also really aware about fair trade movement, and there was assessment by a study saying that around about 40% of the customers are able to pay more for fair trade products, but it's not always the case that they are really doing so. So the responsibility is also on the producer's side, and therefore it's really important to know the best practice models and the schemes where we can go in this direction to convince producers and the customers in Europe. And I'm really happy to have a lot of experts for practical cases here around me. And now we start with Abel Fernandez. No, he should be the last one. It's now for Marique de Peña, Chair of Fair Trade International and Chair of the Latin American Caribbean Network of Small Producer Organization. Please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very honored to speak. This morning we already have spoken quite a lot on fair trade from the market perspective and trying to increase fair trade consumption and sales. I'm now sitting here to represent the producer's perspective, the other end of the chain, to inform or communicate a little bit about the real impact we see on the ground through fair trade, but also put the producer's voice on the agenda of business, on the agenda of policies, and be an active part of finding the right solutions that can support small farmers in our regions and in ACP countries to be stronger in trade and use trade as a mechanism to reduce poverty. So I'm not going to talk too much about who we are, but in fair trade we have two owners. One of the owners are the markets where fair trades are sold, and the other are the three regions, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. And CLAC is one of these regions. CLAC is a network of producers in Latin America, and we already exist from 96 on, and we have really two missions. One mission is to make sure that the producer's voice is heard and that producers play an active role in promoting fair trade, but also making sure that on national, regional and global level policies are made that serve producers best and serve producers in the context of being farmers, but also being active actors for change. And the other mission of CLAC is to support producers to be as strong as possible in the market and in their region. So just some facts: in Latin America we have more than 700 producers organizations. That is more or less half of all the producers organizations certified by Fair Trade. This does not mean that Latin America has more people working in fair trade, because in reality Africa have more small farmers and workers active in fair trade. Just the organizations in Africa are from a bigger scale. We have 900,000 hectares of cultivated land. This does not mean that all our products are sold on the fair trade conditions. In banana we are doing very well, and one of the ACP countries, the Dominican Republic, is leading in banana, and even better leading in organic bananas. So the banana is 90% of all bananas sold in the fair trade market are coming from Latin America. But other products as cocoa and coffee are still growing, but at a smaller scale. And in coffee, I think it's 28%, and cocoa more or less the same. Farmers are able to sell on their fair trade. In Latin America, we work in 24 countries. I'm not going to enter this. This is CLAC working on the ground. What are we doing? We are trying to support producers as much as possible. First of all, and with the support of the standards, I have heard some doubts about why we have these standards. I believe in fair trade we have the standard to support development more than just putting some rules on small farmers that they are not able to comply. And standards support us to build up stronger organizations, support small producers to plan towards the future, to really analyze their needs and find solutions for them through proper development plans. So standards are tools for development in fair trade. We also support producers in being stronger in trade. We strongly believe that producers really should build up decent ways of living through trade, but trade should enable producers to do that. So it's a two-sided responsibility. We support small farmers in access to finance, but also trying to get a better idea on what cost really means. And I think with our new project that we are going to do with true cost accounting, we will have a better information about real cost of production, sustainable cost of production, but also on external costs. If this will or not will mean changes in retail prices, maybe it will. And I strongly believe in it that maybe it will, because in some markets really prices, and one of the examples is the banana prices in the UK, prices do not really allow producers to produce in a sustainable way. The long-term effect is that productivity in small farmers is going lower and lower, because people need to invest in their family and in their farm, and they simply do not invest enough, nor in their families, nor in their farm. And this means that productivity is going down, which strongly affects sustainability. And in the case of Latin America, Africa, and Asia, this process at the end is now affecting that young people are not really willing to step into agriculture. It's not a good business. They believe they cannot maintain their family with it. So if we really want to still have this nice coffee, this nice cocoa, or eat banana in 10 years, this means that we need to make small-scale farming sustainable. And I think it's not just something we can do on farmer level, we need to do it on consumer level, but it also needs quite some governmental support and getting the right policies in our countries, in our region, and globally. In CLAC, we strongly support producers on quality. We have heard that maybe fair trade is not about quality, it's strongly about quality. And I believe the only way producers can claim better prices is with a good quality, and producers are strongly aware of that. On standard compliance, we support organizations, and mainly we support them, and this is beyond fair trade, on be able to handle standards, not just for trade, but also the organic, the global gap, and every other standards that make us more credible. So we strongly work with producers' organizations and internal control system. So what make us strong in fair trade? I believe part of our success is in the empowerment. And if we heard from the lady that Latin America is doing maybe somewhat better in the fair trade market, and if you go to the ground, I can say that it's mainly is because we strongly believe in strong organizations. And not just strong organizations on farmer level, but also strong organizations on national level and strong organizations on regional and global level. Because the producer's voice is a motor for change. And what we have seen that strong organizations allow farmers to have a strong voice, but also participate in making sure that policies serve farmers' needs. If we don't have farmers on this table, possibly the outcome would be different than if farmers are able to participate in the policy and make clear what works and really doesn't work for them. And if it really is an easy solution, poverty wouldn't exist at this moment. But poverty is still very strong in our continents, and the people that best know why they can or cannot progress in their lives are the farmers themselves. So we really need to understand why people are not able to grow faster out of poverty and what needs to be done to support them. This is why farmers' voice is important. It's also very important to make our governments aware what is needed in our countries to grow farming, but also to make sure that our people are not migrating to the cities and stay in rural areas to develop rural communities. So organization is very important. In Latin America, organizations build up the agenda. It's not that we have a top-down approach. National platforms and product platforms really decide what needs to be done in our regions. I'm not going to enter. In Latin America, coffee is 50% of all our farmers are coffee producers. 80% of fair trade coffee is coming from Latin America. So we say, well, we are doing quite well. Well, we are doing quite well, but not good enough. We have grown the markets, but even if we really have worked very strongly together, the fair trade movement, governments, and even the European Union that have supported us quite a lot, we have to say now that climate change is affecting everything we have won during the last 25 years. If you go to Guatemala, 60% of coffee harvest has been completely lost and people are falling back in poverty. Climate change is something, it's on our agenda and it should be on the global agenda. It should not be a price small farmers and vulnerable people pay because we are not taking well care of our natural resources. It is a global responsibility and we need to find a global solution for this. Coffee is one of the crops that is very affected, and in general in Africa, Asia and Latin America, climate change is our real challenge towards reaching a better future. In banana, Latin America is doing very well. Organic is doing very well. Half of everything we sell in fair trade is organic, and I believe that I cannot say that here we need a very strong support from the European Union. We know that organic rules are maybe going to change, and we nearly, before taking really decisions on this, there is a real need to do a risk analysis what this will mean for small-scale farming, for organic consumption in Europe, because we feel that some of the decisions that are coming up will really, instead of enabling people to have a more sustainable way of farming will have as an end result that farmers are stepping out of organic production. So I strongly believe that if we can work more closely together, Fair Trade, the Fair Trade Advocacy Office and the European Union, on taking the right decision that enable farmers to produce and consumers to consume, because at the end, this is what we want to achieve. Organic farming is maybe the sustainablest way we can farm our products, and it's also a common responsibility to make it grow. And this should enable farmers to farm and consumers to eat it. So this is one of the requests I have to the European Union, because we are building up a better world. We shouldn't destroy it by taking the wrong decisions. So what are we doing? We are very linked in fair trade maybe to the 17 goals of sustainable development goals, and not just starting now because it's on the next 15 years agenda. It is already on our agenda the last 25 years. We just believe it's now an opportunity that we can work much more in partnership than we could before. So how in fair trade we're trying to reduce hunger. One of the ways is to create more direct access to markets, so farmers are able to get a better price, and they can get a better price under better conditions. This is why we strongly believe that prices in some way or another need to be regulated to make sure that farmers can have a living income and workers can have a living wage. We also believe that biodiversity and food sovereignty, that my English is not good enough there, is very important. Farmers get an income out of their cash crop, but also they plant on their farm products for their family consumption and products for local consumption. Creating incentives and making sure that farmers really have more on their plot than just a monoculture, even if it's banana, where we can also do biodiversity. It's important, as 60 or 70% of farmers' expenses are on food. If they can really cultivate part of their own food, that will lower their costs and level their living income. Learning from each other, and this is something we do every time. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. If we know that we have so many good examples in the world on how we can go forwards with true good practices, we need to learn from it. Gender. Gender is on our agenda. Women play a very strong role in agriculture. 23% of farmers in Latin America are women, and working with them and giving them a stronger voice is also working with the families and I have to go faster. Okay. So one of the good things we have a women's school, and this women's school has been so successful that now women play a stronger role in agriculture, in policy, in their networks, and this example from Latin America is now migrating to Africa. So this is one of the examples we are doing, learning from each other. Other topics we have on the agenda is getting the new young generation in, working on migrant labor. It has been a very strong topic in Latin America, in the Dominican Republic, and we have been quite successful. Youth inclusion is something we really would like to discuss with the European Union and our governments more closely, so we can develop policies that enable young people to step into agriculture and make good business of it. Climate change, I already worked about it. We are doing it on the ground with coffee farmers and banana farmers in better practices. We're working quite closely together with others. Partnership is our future. Working stronger together in developing the right policy would be very appreciated by our farmers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Marike. Focusing on the empowerment of the producers in Latin America. Now we are switching to a business-to-business model, taking the producers and the customers in Europe in the same boat. And I'm glad to have two speakers here on the cocoa and chocolate side, very sweet side. And on the one hand, Frank Occhiere, the manager of Environment and Extension of the Cuapa Cocoa Farmers Union. And the Cuapa Cocoa is the largest cocoa cooperative in Ghana. And it's, of course, certified both under Fair Trade and UTZ. And on the other side, we have Charlotte Borger from Divine Chocolate, a company in Britain with a new business model for fair chocolate. So, Frank, please.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the opportunity for us to present as producers. I'm here to speak on our contribution as Cuapa Cocoa towards sustainability of cocoa production. Cuapa Cocoa is a farmer-based organization in Ghana, and we are the largest cooperative in Ghana. We have our mission to mobilize quality cocoa and products so that we can improve our members' livelihood and also satisfy our customers. That is our key as farmer group. We were established in 1993 after the government of Ghana liberalized cocoa. And so one Nana Frimpong Abebrese then mobilized 5 farmers, and then they formed the Cuapa Cocoa Licensing Buying Company, KKL. Now, 2 years afterwards, which was in 1995, then the Farmer Union was formed with the support of Twin UK. At the time, the membership were 2,000 farmers across 22 communities. Now we call them zones. We have 3 main objectives as farmer group. The first one is to provide a medium for social and economic empowerment for our farmers. And then we'll also enhance participation of women in decision making at all levels, and then promote environmentally sustainable production processes. So these are the 3 objectives of Cuapa Cocoa Farmers Union. In 1995, when the Farmer Union was formed, we also got certified as a Fair Trade Farmer Group. And I can say that even until today, we are the largest cocoa cooperative in the world that sells cocoa in the world. We have 100,000 membership within 57 of our cocoa districts, and then we operate in 6 of the regions in Ghana, the cocoa regions in Ghana. And our membership base, which is the 100,000, we have women 33% and the men 67%. Now, these membership are within 1,283 zones or communities, and we are able to mobilize from our members an average of 48,000 metric tons of cocoa. Now, out of the 48,000 tons of cocoa, between 30 and 40, depending on the year, is sold as fair trade. All this while, Cuapa was registered under the Register General in Ghana, but we're using the cooperative principles in all our work. But last year, 2005, we migrated from the registration under the Register General into the Department of Cooperative. So as I speak to you now, we are fully cooperative bred because we're using their principles, but we're not cooperative. Now, this is the structure that we have. We have the union at the top, and at the union level, we have we have 30-member board that governs the union, and this is democratically elected by members at the annual general meeting. Now, this annual general meeting is organized at every step. So, at the society level, where we have the cooperatives, they also have a 7-member board that governs our cooperative. And then you go to the communities, which is the zone, we have 5-member board. Now, with the elections of the farmers to govern each stage of our union is democratically done. And among the principles of cooperative, democracy, governance are key. And today, we've talked about transparency. Then one of the speakers brought that. Those are the key things that Kwepa Koko will use in governing our organization. So this is just showing some of the elections, how it's done. During every 4 years, an election is done for all the, from the zone to the national level, the union level. And this is one of them that was held. Kwepa Koko, so far, these are our businesses. We have the Kwepa Koko Limited, which I said was the first to be formed in 1993. And then, so the union now owns 99% of it. We also have Divine Chocolate, UK and US. And together, Kwepa Koko Farmers Union, we own 44%. So we are the majority shareholders. And then, Fair Trade Cocoa Sales. These are the 3 main activities that we do as Farmers Union. My topic was to speak on our contribution towards sustainable cocoa production. And so far, these are the successes that we've chalked as a farmer union. The membership has increased from 2,000 to 100,000. The operational district from 22 to 1,283, and within 57 districts. And then our productivity has also increased. And then with us also owing both the licensing buying company and Divine, these are successes Farmer Group have been able to chalk. Our success story also include extension program. How do we contribute towards the sustainable production? One way that we do it is through extension provision to our members. And here we train them on GAP, environmental practices and all that. Now, because currently we have 32 extension trained staff within the 57, and because they are unable to reach all our farmers, we have adapted a strategy of using lead farmers within the zones. And so currently we have 2 lead farmers from each community that are trained to supplement the extension activities of our staff, so that the extension officers then backstop whatever they do. And then we have productivity enhancement programs that we also do. Here we supply what we call seedlings for our farmers. The Ghana government is doing free distribution of seedlings, but even before that, we Kwepa Koko also were doing some base depending on the needs of our farmers. When you go to the western south, where most of the farmers are now infested with swollen shoot, we started through the support of the seed production unit division. We get the pods and then we raise nursery at the community level for them. We have input shops to support them, do that. And then we are trying to move from the realization on the use of inorganic fertilizer and pesticides. So we want them to also try as much, though we are not doing organic, but we want them to try to consider the zero tillage approach, which we are also doing side by side with the other method of farming. One of our successes is with women empowerment. We've been able to train our members on batik tie and dye and other livelihood support services. And currently, I can say that we even have the adult literacy classes in 19 of our communities. We have 19 classes now going on across our communities where farmers are trained on numeracy and literacy programs. So this is also ongoing. the idea is to get them on board so that they can also contribute to the activity that we do, so that they can, if it's cocoa mobilization, they can also do that and do that. So we have the English classes and we have the Cree classes as well. Now, climate change is also an issue, and we are also, as part of our objective, environmental sustainability, we are also in collaboration with other donors and planting trees across our communities. And I can say we've planted over 2,000 tree species, about 6 of the tree species since 2011 till date, which is ongoing. Now, aside all this, we also, through the premium that we get from the sales of our 30 to 40% of our production, we also give part as cash bonuses to and incentives to our farmers. Here with the incentives, aside the cash bonus that goes to them for them to use, we also give them something like the matches they need for their farming. We give them PPE sets, and also we do what we call mobile clinic. In 2011, we started with the mobile clinic where doctors moved to the communities to give farmers treatment on their health. And then going forward, we saw that that has to be, when you go and get them and they are so sick, you have to be referred. So we've created a division, also a center at the union office where referrals can be made there. And to add to that, we've now moved into establishing even a scheme where, to add to what the government is doing, the National Health Insurance, Kuapa Cocoa is also adding a scheme. So all our farmers will get them the National Health Insurance, and then those that are able to sign on the scheme can have full access to health care, and the union will bear that. This is just to make it sustainable. And so currently it's free, but since this year, the scheme has come into force to make it sustainable. So one of our success stories, community development projects. We have schools, we have toilet facilities, we have water, drinking water for our farmers, and corn meal and other stuff. And this is since inception of Kuapa Cocoa, this is what we've done. Hand dug well, we have 348, borehole 13, and then schools, about 8 schools, 9 schools, and then toilet facility 8. I think in all we have projects of about 458 across our operational communities that have been done. So this is the healthcare thing that I talked about. And so the way forward. For us as farmers, the most important thing is to be able to help our farmers improve their livelihood. And so going forward, we want to enhance our sustainability program through partnerships and collaboration in the areas of productivity enhancement, climate change adaptability, women empowerment, and alternative livelihoods. Adapting multiple certification approaches, and then promoting diversity to increase farmers' income. So this is what we want to, going forward, we are looking for the farmers to do. So always remember, we are the producers, but as they always says, no, the chocolate magic, no bean, no bus. Thank you.
That's quite right. No beans, no bars. So you're trying to produce beans under fair condition, and of course now we are looking how we can marketing the bars under fair condition as well. And I'm delighted to have Charlotte Borger from Divine Chocolate here with us.
Thank you very much. Really delighted to be here. Obviously, for me, I'm from a country that's on the eve of a very important decision, and I'm very pleased to be in Brussels here. And I'm just praying the right decision. Yes. I hope everyone joins me in that. I'm also delighted to be with my partner, Frank Corcheri from Quappa Cocoa. It's so nice when we have the opportunity to be on the same panel. We work very closely together, Divine and Quappa, obviously, and I've not met Frank before, so it was really nice to meet him. So I'm here really to hopefully give an example of good practice in a lot of the things that we've been talking to, and perhaps also one of the only examples here of what life is like on the front line. We've got to sell this stuff, and that's you know, it presents lots and lots of challenges, but I hope this is a nice and an exciting example of what's possible. Let's go. So I'm going to share with you first, this won't come as a surprise to you, this question, but this is the question that we're currently sharing when we're addressing chocolate market forums at the moment. So we're addressing the chocolate industry, and we're saying, yeah, so tell us, why would you be a cocoa farmer? The income is very low, you know, and out of this money, if this is an income, and out of this money, the family expenses need to be paid, the fuel, the farm inputs, the equipment. It's not just about survival, it's about how you develop your future, and that's what a real income and a sustainable income is about. So we're obviously interacting with the kids a lot at Quappa, and it's not at all surprising when you sit down with them and say, what would you like to be when you grow up? And they say nurses, and they say engineers, and they say seamstresses, and they say hairdressers. They certainly don't say cocoa farming. We need to change this. If we want to carry on enjoying chocolate, cocoa farmers need sustainable remuneration, and that means enough to invest in their farms and their families, and a fair share of the value that they are creating. So how does the Divine story work in this context? Well, the Divine story really starts in 1997 when at the Quappa Cocoa AGM they voted to set up their own chocolate company. This was a very bold decision because, well, certainly starting in the UK market, it's incredibly competitive, very mature market, difficult to enter as a new player. But from Quappa's point of view, there was a realization that the value of the chocolate market worldwide is around 10 times, I think now even more times the size of the world cocoa market. So if you get a little slice of that chocolate market, just goes to show you what a little bit of milk and sugar can do to a price. So my job at Divine has been to try and work out what it is we need to say to people to make them really buy into this proposition. And as has been said here already, you know, you can be the most dyed-in-the-wool activist, the most grassroots supporter, but you do not buy ethics in a wrapper, particularly with chocolate, because chocolate has got to reward you, it's got to satisfy you, it's an indulgence, it's not a commodity. I couldn't put a glass of water. Sorry. So it starts with the product. The product is the most wonderful, wonderful product. Of course, I would say that, but it is excellent chocolate. It's a very fine quality chocolate, and we know it is because it's made with cocoa from Quappa Cocoa, which is, as everybody knows, pa. It is the best of the best cocoa. So we have to start with an excellent product. We don't go anywhere without an excellent product. We wrap it very beautifully, and we're very, very proud of our Ghanaian heritage. So those symbols all over the packaging are Ghanaian. We are a Ghanaian product. There are also much more details about our story inside the wrapper. So your first experience is fantastic chocolate with something very distinctive on the outside. On price, and I know we've been talking about price as being so key, we pitch ourselves alongside our major competitors. We have two really major competitors, and we pitch our prices alongside those and keep them cheaper. So in the market that we're in the premium chocolate market we're in, we will come in under our competitors. So we're a very small company relatively. We have very small budgets, so we have to be pretty wild about the sorts of things we do to get people to love our product and know about our product. So tasting is obviously the first thing, and we do all sorts of amazing tasting events because we have discovered that once you've tried Divine chocolate, you love it. So it's very important that as many people try it as possible. We then, in terms of raising awareness and making sure more and more people know about us, we engage with as many different kinds of partners as we can. And this, very importantly, has included our founding partners, so Comic Relief and Christian Aid have been very key in mobilizing their enormous networks to get more people to know about Divine and to buy Divine. We then reach out, or actually they reach out to us, lots of much bigger brands. This is an example here on the bottom left of us partnering with the Glastonbury Festival. I think people may have heard of that pop festival. That we were their chocolate of choice. It's combinations like that that really get the name known far greater than we would be able to do on our own. Similarly, not on this picture, but the co-op, as Rosita was talking about earlier, the co-op in the UK was a long-time partner of ours, and we in 2002 helped the co-op change all their own label chocolate to fair trade, and it was the first supermarket to change a whole category, and we did that with them in partnership. So we have our captured audience. They've tasted the chocolate. They love what they've seen. We now start making sure we're introducing them to the farmers. This is the key part of Divine. We are the voice of the farmers. We are owned by the farmers. So every year we invite Quappa farmers over here. We do all sorts of things with them. We travel around the UK. They meet all sorts of different audiences. We make sure they meet our customers. So there is Esther at Waitrose, which is one of our big supermarket customers. We make sure that connection is being made and they're hearing directly from the farmer. We're making sure we're giving those farmers platforms so that their voice goes as wide as possible wherever they are. So this is a farmer at the bottom here talking to the Daily Telegraph. It's a big national paper here in the UK. At the top you can see Mercy and Mavis at the BBC. We try as often as possible to get the farmers on the BBC. We want their voice to be heard as far as possible. Here you can see Esther and Mary talking to young children. We take them for tasting opportunities. We take them to talk to school children. We take them to talk to the government. We take them wherever we can where they can have an influence. And that's our role, to provide that platform. And then, of course, we come full circle and Divine comes back into Quappa. They all get to try it. They get to have pride in what the product that they have. Obviously, it's not a product that sells in Ghana, but it's something we always bring with us. It melts, obviously, very quickly, but it's something we always bring with us, and we want to create that consciousness of all the people there in the UK and around the world that really love that product that they're making. So, our success. Just to let you know that this has worked. Divine Chocolate recently merged its UK and USA businesses, making it a £12.6 million company. Quappa was originally a share owner in separately the UK business and the US business. They are now the biggest shareholder in a much bigger business. We are very pleased and proud of the fact that we have a traceable supply chain from bean to bar, so you know that the cocoa in Divine is from Quappa. It is not only fair trade, it's definitely from Quappa farmers. Divine sells in 10 countries around the world. Divine is made in 12 different factories all across Europe. Divine buys 1,000 tons of cocoa per year. Importantly, we also source as many fair trade ingredients as we can. So we're not just using fair trade cocoa, we're using sugar, we're using almonds, we're using mangoes. We source from many different countries around the world, so we are not only impacting on cocoa farmers but also on other fair trade farmers. And we have won a lot of awards for being this very special social enterprise and a fair trade leader. That's a very quick map to give you an idea of our reach worldwide. At the top you can see where we're sold, and the bottom where we're sourcing. There's that classic north-south divide we've been talking about, but we're hoping we're reaching both sides. So we are 100% fair trade company. All our products are certified fair trade, and you have seen from Quappa how that fair trade premium and the fair trade standards impact on Quappa. But it's nice to also talk about what that ownership means, that ownership brings something more. As you've heard from Frank, these are some of the ways that the fair trade premium are invested: wells and sanitation and schools and women's empowerment. But what does ownership bring? So ownership obviously brings money, profits. They also know that they're the sole supplier of our cocoa. They're getting the fair trade price for all the cocoa that we buy. But they're getting additional income that they can invest in their business and to grow their skills and democratic process. So they're getting 44% of our distributed profits. They're in fact getting a share in the wealth they're helping to create, and this is what we would like to see happening more. They also can use their ownership of company, their stake in the company, as collateral against which to attract loans at better rates. Knowledge, very important. Through Divine, Quappa farmers are getting much better understanding of the industry they're in. They also get to know about the chocolate market. They are, through us, getting face-to-face communication with UK consumers, with retailers, with politicians and activists. They're talking directly to these people. They're accessing the latest developments in farming and conservation. We recently had people over here seeing the major research station here in Reading. They're also developing knowledge that they can share with other farmers. And importantly, then down on the ground in Quappa, they're also increasing their own knowledge and their abilities on the ground. So their literacy, their ability to understand what's going on around them and the business that they're in. And obviously power, the power to make their own investment decisions. They have seats on the Divine board. They influence the decisions that we make as we grow. They have status in the cocoa industry. They're invited to many of these forums, which is a first for cocoa farmers. They have a voice in the chocolate farmer, and they have a control over their own future. Do I need to go fast? Okay, very quickly. So success, you've seen what it looks like from Quappa's point of view. We are delivering 4 income streams to Quappa, so not only the fair trade, but also the profit dividend. And we also, on top of that, invest directly 2% of our annual turnover into very special projects at Quappa that we choose. So what success looks like at Quappa you've seen, but this is our success. Our mission, we have a mission to improve the lives of farmers, cocoa farmers in West Africa. So the success we see in Quappa is our success. It's us meeting our mission objectives. And you've seen the sort of scale and the sort of changes that Quappa has made. We'd like to point out some of the things that we're particularly investing in. We're investing in Quappa's having its own radio program, which overcomes the issue of wide dispersal of members and also low literacy, and this has been a fantastic way on sharing information and creating a great pride in the cooperative. We're very pleased particularly to support women in Quappa. It's very good to see the high percentage of members that are women. We'd like to see that also represented more in the voted positions. We have been investing in the literacy program that's really being taken up with some keenness and enthusiasm by women in the organization. And we have also, it's not on here, but we've also helped with Comic Relief fund a child rights program where children get to say and understand what their rights are. So these are the issues and the ways that we propose that things need to improve if we're going to carry on getting cocoa farmers. We need sustainable remuneration, and we have been clear about what that means. We would like to see more opportunity to add value to cocoa and the share of the value of the chocolate for cocoa farmers. We want to see more skills for farmers to adapt and diversify and improve the quality and yield of their crop, but extremely important to that, and we would put that ahead of many of the things we talk about, is this issue of both literacy and women's empowerment. We believe both of those are key to enabling inclusive access to all of these good things that are being offered, possibly through fair trade and other certifications. Without them, they can't be taken up. We believe that through this way, farmers can be part of a community all pulling together. The incentive otherwise is to migrate to if there's nothing to do in the rural communities, people migrate to the cities and there's very little to do there. And you end up doing some not very nice things if you end up in the city. So things that keep people in a rural community where they can make money is a very good thing generally. And we very much promote that farmers be in control of their own business and development and not dependent on it from outside. And of course, I just want to promote the fact that you should eat lots of Divine, buy lots of Divine, promote Divine, and we very much hope that through exposure in this European forum that we may spread our distribution throughout Europe so that you get to try some more and to support this very, very good example of fair trade and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, and I think now it's very clear which chocolate is a chocolate of choice, huh? So, thanks a lot. So this was a business-to-business example, I think a very good one. And now we're switching to a PPP project, promoting sustainable sourcing through fair trade. Frederick Masinde, Business Development Manager from Undugu Fair Trade from Kenya, will explain his example. Please.
No, it's not the right one. It's Frederick. It's
Yeah,
this
there
one.
it is.
Yes.
There it is.
Yes, great, great, great.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the invitation we've gotten, both from the CTA and the Fair Trade Advocacy Office, and on behalf of the World Fair Trade Organization, which we are members. The story I'm going to give about the PP is a story that cuts across all the membership in WFTO, who are represented in almost 180 countries across the country. And I think in most of the presentation we've been talking about food. As we are on the other side where we make fair trade products, and these are handmade crafts, and these are products that are present in everybody's life. These are products that are present in your homes. And one of the things that WFTO has been doing over the years is trying to progressively develop a fair trade label so that the products that we make can be seen. You can identify them. I think in most of presentation you've not been seeing the blue label at the corner. The blue label there. I only plead that now as you walk into fair trade shops or any other shops, when you see that label, you should know that it represents organizations that respect the fair trade standards in terms of creating opportunities for the marginalized producers, being transparent in the operations, respecting giving fair wages to the producers, no child labor in the work that we do, respect for the gender, and all those fair trade standards. So that mark represents organizations that any product that has that label is a product that has been produced in a more sustainable manner. Thank you very much. So I'll talk now. Come back to the Undugu Society of Kenya, which is what I've been asked to do. And this is one of the oldest NGOs in south of Sahara, based in Africa. It was a child-based NGO, and it was started by a missionary worker who came to Nairobi to do some work, and he was struck by the number of children who are living and sleeping on the streets of Nairobi. Coming from the Netherlands, he could not understand why children who should be with their families were living on the streets. But this was just a symptom of a bigger problem, which is poverty. Most of these children were coming from the slum areas of Nairobi, and as he started to interact with them and develop rapport, they told him that they did not have room to sleep in their homes. They did not have food to eat. And that is why they are on the streets, because on the streets they could beg, fend from themselves, and then they could sleep on the cold pavements. This really struck the missionary worker, and he thought, what could he do in this sense? So the initial problem was to rescue these children from the cold and hard conditions that they were going through. So he started by setting up rescue centers in Nairobi, where they could come in the evening after they have done their errands in the day. They could come in the evening and have a shower and maybe a hot meal. But then how he wanted to address the bigger problem of poverty. And therefore, him with some volunteers who are social workers wanted to trace back where these children were coming from. And they discovered they were met with harsh poverty conditions in those slum areas of Nairobi, and therefore it meant that they must start a program. And that is how Undugu Society was set up in 1973, with initial mandate of trying to create a multifaceted program, which was that will address curative, that is getting the children out of the streets and making them, maybe equipping them with life skills that can make them responsible people. Secondly, how they will empower those communities so that they are able to take care of their children and reduce the number of these children flocking on the streets. And the entire thing required a multifaceted approach for income generation activities, both within the urban slums and rural areas. So Undugu set up with 3 pillars program. And one of the pillars was Children and Youth Program. This was actually a curative program which was looking at how to get children out of the streets, put them in the education system, or put them in the normal live stream, mainstream lives. And also, most of the children that were on the streets were beyond the age of taking them back to the normal schooling system. And therefore, you had to come up with some inventive way of equipping them with the basic education so that they can gain the basic skills that they could use. So that meant that they must have an education and training program for that purpose. The third pillar was about community empowerment. And this actually was to go back to the people, the marginalized people, and find out what can they do. One of the things that they discovered that most of these people coming from the rural part of Kenya, they shifted to come to the urban areas to look for white-collar jobs, which they could not get. So what happens, they end up in the slum areas of Nairobi, and then they lose hope in life and continue producing children that come on the street. So the best way is how do we put some money in those homesteads so that they can be able to take care of their basic necessities. So one of the things that came out clearly was these people could work with their hands. And therefore what we only needed is to sharpen the skills and find out what kind of products they could make. And we discovered that they could make, because Kenya is rich and has a diversity of traditional products that they could make. They could make baskets, they could make clothes, they could make all those kind of things. And with the intervention of Undugu Society of Kenya, they were able to be assisted. They sharpened their skills, and then they were able to come up with quite a number of products that they could sell. And now the next challenge was, how do we now put these products on the market? And that is what brought about Undugu being able to open 2 shops in Nairobi that gave opportunities to these women where to come and sell. But the first interventions they used to do was those charity sales. They'll go to events like parties or church functions and lay out tables and then put their products and they sell. This was quite an informal way of exposing their products. But then through those events, Undugu was able to meet quite a number of diplomatic mission workers who are in the country, and they really gave positive support. And it's through these people that we were linked to the fair trade markets, because these are people who are looking at these products to buy them, to give gifts when they get back to the country, and they knew that there is kind of a market that could be found, which then will give the people opportunity to have some income. And So in 1995, Undugu established a full-fledged fair trade unit to coordinate market access activities for the products that were being made by these marginalized groups. One of the key things they also discovered was to create opportunities for those people in the urban areas, and as well as create opportunities for the rural folks so that they cannot start moving from the rural areas, coming to the cities where they don't find anything to do, and then they become another problem. So, and the Undugu Fair Trade Limited was established with a mandate to identify and diversify craft products and expand product portfolio from marginalized communities across Kenya and beyond into Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. In fact, this was the start of trying also to encourage interregional trade, so that we created a market platform where products across the East Africa region could be exposed. It was also the mandate of this unit to seek both local and international markets. So in a sense, even at the local level in Kenya right now, we have a lot of fair trade products that are being sold across. And that does not mean that we are only focusing in fair trade about south-north. It's also happening south and south, but in a smaller way. We got linked to alternative trade organizations in the late 80s, and these which later became fair trade organizations. We experienced tremendous business growth in exports and local retail, which led us to setting up the first fair trade shop in Africa, in Nairobi. We upscaled our local and export markets outlets, giving sustainable incomes to about 800 families across Kenya. When I talk about 800 families, these are 800 family workshops, which as well will employ between 7 to 15 other families that work within that in terms of production. Over a period of time, because this project was operating as a project within the larger NGO Funduk Society of Kenya, there was now a conflict between social development and then social development and business focus. And the board therefore decided in 2010 to separate the business so that you can have a proper focused business that addresses to the bigger problem of expanding the market so that we have more producers benefiting from the business. The mandate of the incorporated business was first of all to restructure itself, and this we were able to do from 2010. In fact, despite the fact that we were operating in a very harsh economic condition, but it was also the mandate of the unit to expand its market portfolio. So the provision of marketing support to disadvantaged producers and artisans who have potential to positively change their lives by exploiting their craft skills and material found in their environment. The other mandate was to provide reliable markets, outlets, both local, regional, and international, reliable market outlets, because in most cases, you may have a market that is exploiting you. So we were to look at reliable market, which is provided through the fair trade system. And also to promote the diversity of products, collect and disseminate market information. This means that this information helps in product development, because we are using traditional skills to develop contemporary products that can be present in everybody's house, whether in the south or in the north, and also to contribute to the welfare of the communities. Going quickly through our successes, that we've been able to offer work opportunities to about 800 families across Kenya, producing various kinds of products, soapstone carvings, wooden carvings, basketry, jewelry, and reaching out to a total of more than 12,000 individuals and families. We continue to invest in traditional skills with contemporary designs for production of market-focused modern collections for home accessory, decorations, and gifts. So anytime you are looking for a product for your home accessory, decorations, and gifts, and you see that mark, that is a product that has been sustainably sourced. We also ensure that we encourage one of the things that we credit ourselves, that producers do not have to look for money to produce their products, because we pre-finance so that they are not exploited by the credit systems. And this is a requirement within the Fair Trade Organization under WFTO. They pre-finance the marketing organizations, who in turn pre-finance the production of the products. But we also do get orders from non-fair trade organizations, but we are able also to source cheap finances from ethical financing houses and then forward this to the producers. We also try to improve the welfare of our producers. We encourage them into a saving system. As Funduk Society, we have a system where if they save 20 cents, we top it up with 10 cents. And this is put into a locked saving for a period of time, so that when they are not able to produce, they can have a source to do. We also expose them to various kind of benefits like national housing, national health insurance, pension schemes, and all those kind of things that initially these marginalized people will not have been able to access. Because of the time, we can continue talking, but that is just a quote from one of the beneficiaries of our program, who says it was like I never existed before Undugu, and it never occurred to me that I was searching for wealth elsewhere when it was readily available and accessible within my village. The best way to pay back Undugu is to employ my privileged status in the service of others. So that is somebody whose home is he can afford the basic necessities of life through the interventions of the fair trade. Fair trade makes a big difference through this, but though the struggle continues. So anytime you support and buy a fair trade product, you are making a big contribution and changing the life of many marginalized people in the South. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederick, for this exciting presentation. I'm sure there is a lot to share, but you'll certainly have the opportunity to interact with the audience later on. Well, Mr. Lange had to leave, unfortunately, so I will continue facilitating the remaining part of the discussions. So the last presentation we have will be done from the Dominican Republic, from the field on Skype by Abel Fernandez. Well, he'll probably have to get up very early this morning. I think we have a time difference of 6 or 7 hours. So I hope is he online?
It seems,
Yeah, okay. So please go on, Abel.
Thank you. Good afternoon for you all. Morning in the Republic. First of all, I'd like to thank you to the organizers and to Mrs. Lina Bosco for inviting us. And I'm happy to see that new phases I've been sharing the last several years in conference, Mrs. Trancho, Sophie, Marika, Mrs. Force. So good to see you, that you continue always pushing. Good to see. Basically, I've been invited to explain a little bit of CONCORD experience in the Dominican Republic and the fair trade impact in that effort and in our progress and in the Dominican cocoa sector in general. So basically, I would like to let you know a little bit of our history, the context on which our organization was created. CONCORD was created in the context of an international development project supported by GDC, the International Cooperation Agency in Germany, around 1985. That project has foreseen 3 different phases at the beginning, 3 pillars, and basically research, because Dominican cocoa was recognized, internationally recognized as a blue quality cocoa. Then research, and then organization, and finally commercialization was the 3 different aspects on which that project, that international project, was supporting the Dominican government and some small producers organization existing by the time. As a result of final result of that project, we had organized the National Confederation of Cocoa Producers, which now presently known as CONCORD. As you see in the first slide, now we have a slogan: producing an excellent cocoa for high demanding market. Also, would like to mention before going through the slides that the context, the national context on which the organization was created, the local market was controlled by 3 big companies, family owned. Only unfermented beans was exported exclusively to the United States. Not all the market interested in buying the type of cocoa. The price was paid below the price set at New York Stock Exchange, some $240 below, and total absence of incentives or assistance to the producers and lack of support from the governments in general. So finally, we have created CONCORD, and our vision, if anybody in the country will help me, is the second slide. We have 19, have to go quickly through. Our vision is to create a technically developed cocoa sector with high quality product, which is well known and positioned in the international market, and to help the producers to improve their living standard. Our mission is to improve the income and living condition of the cocoa producers and their families by supporting them in the sustainable management of the farm, improving the quality of the products, efficiently marketing the harvest, and strengthening their labor union and business practices and developing of the communities. And on the adjective, we have to maintain the leadership as an advocacy group for the small producers. The second one is the implementation of sustainable project that generates community development. The third one is to promote the preservation of the environment and the sustainable use of the resource in the production area, which is not very difficult to us because CONCORD is presently more than 90% organic certified producers. Just to describe a little bit what's our organizational structure. If you go bottom to top, we have more than 10,000 producers organized in some 172 small producers association. Then there's association structured by region. We normally call them blockes. We have 7 blockes in 7 different regions, provinces in the country. And at the national level, we have CONCORD. Each level is responsible for different tasks, different responsibilities. Basically, the producers are responsible for the management of their farm. At the same time, they comply with the different criteria and standards. We are certified as an organization. That is the responsibility of the farmers, the individual farmers, and the association. And blockers are responsible to coordinate the logistics and operations, and also for the post-harvest management of products. And CONCORD is responsible for the total coordination and the international commercialization of the products. At the same time, in back, CONCORD is responsible to provide the producers groups through the structure the different services to farmers. Going to the slide number 9, we have our production structure. 10,000 producers, 10,300 producers. The average size of the farm is 2.5 hectares. The total production area is about 25,000 hectares. The average production per farmer is 1.5. Should be about 0.7 now. That data is 3 years old. The data in this slide. The organic production is more than 12,000 tons. Should be at now 14,500. And transition and conventional will remain about the same, 2,500 metric tons per year. And the total production is about 17,000 tons per year. Next is the services that the organization provide to farmers that included commercialization, the international commercialization of the product, technical assistance, transportation of the product from farms to facilities, processing, including fermentation, drying, sorting, and packaging, and even transformation. We have an industry capable to offer to produce cocoa mass, cocoa butter, powder, cocoa nibs, etc. Certifications, we follow up and supervise the compliance of the different criteria and keep the producers and association ready for the different audits and certifications under the different standards we have. Credit, CONCORD has a credit union since 2010. We have implemented a credit union for the financial services to the producers, and training in many different aspects, precisely like organic production, leadership, credit management, etc. CONCORD is, since the beginning, our focus has been the diversification of the market, or basically to differentiation, added value through differentiated quality, but also through certification. That's why we have been, also based on the side of the niche of different markets. We have been not necessarily forced, but we have been using so many certifications. There you have a list, including organic according to the European standard, also bio-Swiss according to the Swiss standard, NOP and Canadian organic regimen for the USA and Canada, of course. Also, Oats, Fair Trade, Hand in Hand, which is a private level from a German operator, Rainforest, Kosher, ISO 22000. This next slide, number 12, basically reflects some data regarding the difference in price. I don't necessarily want to go through, but probably if anybody want to make questions, we can discuss ahead or give some explanation. But basically, want to remark on the last column on your right that reflects the total amount of premium we've been receiving as a fair trade premium every year. And also will be important remarking the percentage fair trade, which is the third column from right to left, I'm sorry, the percentage of fair trade sales we have every year. Have to sell, happily that in the last 2-3 years we have been selling higher percentage in the market. Fair trade funds investment, I have to mention that we CONCORD today has today the biggest and probably the most model infrastructure for post-harvest cocoa management you can find all around the world, and it is basically thanks to the investment of the fair trade funds. That help us to offer more consistently volumes and higher volume of high quality beans to the international market year after year. This is some drying facilities, fermentation facilities, but also social investment like aqueducts, and this is just a small sample because we have several of them in many different communities and benefiting hundreds of families. And also in education, as the distribution of the scholarships, but also medical attention and all the different type of support we can bring into the community and to women producer groups, etc. Our main challenge is not that different. It's not that different than what is happening all around the coast sector in the world. The producers have very low trades and consequently low yield. Also, the producers, the average age of the producers is about 55, 60 years old, and then they represent a difficulty, the generational change. Continue building new and additional infrastructure for improvement of quality is also a challenge, and the development of new niche market or methodology to get the added value participation in the value chain. Continue to be a challenge. As a key to our success, we can mention the trust of our farmers in working together. We have to say modestly, transparent, and visionary management, and continuous quality improvement, and for sure the Fair Trade certification. Having said that, I have to say that after running a period of $125,000 in 1985, CONCORD becomes a leader in our sector in the Dominican Republic, leader spot in terms of volume, but also world leader supplying the organic plus fair trade market certified cocoa beans in the world. The fair trade support has been key to this achievement, basically because the social premium has allowed us to make the necessary investment for first to construct, to build the infrastructure to make the quality that market demands, and to continue increasing consistently. I think that many people know that there is, there's a different level initiative in the world, but Fair Trade continued to be the only one that took the responsibility to establish a minimum price, which is, of course, not the most important thing. But the Fair Trade, the importance of the Fair Trade system, for me, remains the fact that promote the organization, promote the farmers to get organized, and that is an advantage. At least because of the economy of scale, if you want. But a part of this, the Fair Trade premium that cannot be used to be paid in cash to farmers, does not increase our level of competition in commercial terms at fair level. But this is the most useful tool we can find to strengthen our link with the communities and to strengthen that relationship with our community.
Thank you, Abel. I think we have to bring it to a close. Thank you very much for your intervention. This has been, from a distance, it was conveyed quite clearly, so thank you very much. We appreciate your taking time. We wish you were here with us, but definitely your presentation has been received very well. So thank you very much. Well, I know that we are running quite short of time, but I think it will be only fair to have a few questions for our second panel. So if you have a couple, I will take a couple of questions, and very quickly, please put your questions as briefly as possible, and then we'll ask the panel to respond. Max from GIZ. GIZ first, and then we have the lady here. Next, there, lady there, and the gentleman at the end. Okay, please make them quickly so that we can take 3-4 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing my question, and thanks for all the presenters. I have one specific question to Charlotte, giving this impressive example on putting the farmers in the control of their own business. How is the negotiations with the retailers then in the UK, for example? So are they only uptakers and buying the product, putting them into their stores, or are they engaging deeper even on the country level? I'm asking, as recently in German Development Corporation we have the case that many retailers, also association of the sweets industry, are now looking into trilateral cooperation between development cooperation, private sector and the partner countries, having joint steering, joint funding, and then looking beyond the pure production, but also systematic solutions like watershed management, land use planning, to go beyond the usual standards model. So I would be interesting to hear a little bit on the retailer's role in that model. Thank you.
That lady here? Yeah, go ahead.
Merci.
Thank you. I will be speaking in French. My name is Germaine Foura, and I am a PhD researcher on the rice value chain at the University of Liège. I had many questions, but I will just ask one, since we do not have much time, and it is a practical question. It relates to the presentation on the cooperative. It sounds like a very good model. It would appear for small producers, membership in a co-op would entail costs, and that is something some cannot afford because there are membership fees to be paid and so on. I'd like to know if your co-op has a policy that makes it possible for smaller, poorer producers to be members of your organization so as to benefit and manage to carry out their activities. I want to stress on the financial aspect. I wonder if you're in a position to make comparisons between producers, those who are members and those who are not members of your co-op, and whether the producers who are members of the cooperative can secure higher prices, more competitive prices for their products, whether they have access to the same markets. Thank you.
Lady next. Yes, please.
Mon nom est Madame Louise.
I am Louise Mohegwa, and I am a consultant on public-private North-South partnerships. I have a question or suggestion. First of all, let me thank the two speakers from Divine Chocolate and from Kenya. Those are very concrete projects. I have this question. I understand that you buy cocoa in Ghana and then manufacture it in Britain in 12 factories across Europe. Would you not be open to a project which would actually see 12 African countries manufacture the chocolate? And the reason I say this is many of the producers of the cocoa are in Africa, so why not also make the chocolate in Africa? That would generate employment for many youths. It would encourage them to stay in their home countries, get them involved in the cocoa business, and that would also secure higher prices for their products. That would ensure, in turn, that they could ensure their children go to school. And this is almost significant because in Africa you have 10 million young people reaching the labor market on a yearly basis, according to the World Bank.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. My name is Jean-Dominique Cambin, and I am a landless peasant. And I came here to learn. But I was nearly not satisfied in, but I am happy to note, to some extent, I have been, my concerns have been allayed, although I'm not quite completely. I do want to applaud the speakers.
Pourquoi j'étais à
And the reason I had some solace was that, well, we've been here since 9 a.m. and we've been talking since then about a structure that does not just market an African product, but which actually draws those profits and tries to redistribute them on the ground, in the field. Small farmers do need education. They do listen, they do discuss, but so much has been written and done about the peasant farmer, and yet he or she has been left out of the equation. So we need to try to change the paradigm. We are talking of fair trade, but all of the reasoning, all of the structure around this is neoliberal, which only values profit, and one doesn't know where that will stop. How will that be balanced against nature?
Je résume.
To sum up, the structure for the basic prices, the lady who spoke of the true price, the real price, referred to this. What is the actual base price? What about the producers' part within that price? Can you actually calculate what is put in by the farmer?
The gentleman, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I am a little less resistant to change and more aware of what fair trade means. In order to answer our last Papa's question, I think what is the most important, my question is basically, where do we get the information that you provided us today? And it's a bit tricky because I have the answer. You could place all those information on this platform that was created upon initiative of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce to foster information across Africans. And thanks to technology, whatever you will put on this platform will be directly informed to more than 2 million entrepreneurs in Africa. So please give us the information and we will convey the message for you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator. Just quickly, first of all, thanks to the presenters for some very inspiring presentations. Just few points. The first presenter indicated that farmers always have difficulties to have access to finance. And that's one of the issues where we can look at and try to find ways to give incentives to them and make sure that they can produce what they have in place. Also making sure that they are part of the policy making, because if they are not there, sometimes it's very difficult for them to understand what is on the paper, for them to find markets to export the product. And maybe I would suggest that after this kind of discussions, we should look at how the intra-ACP exchange of best practices needs to be done, because unfortunately, I don't see any Pacific representative here to present a Pacific perspective. And that's what I will suggest that for the future we have to look at that. The point raised by Kuapa Coco, that's a very, very good presentation, because the Pacific region is working on a very, very important projects on coconut, try to add value on coconut, and we can learn from Kuapa Coco and see how processing an added value of this product is part in the regions, and instead of being outsourcing it. And that's why I'm joining with the point raised by one of the participants, saying that out of 12 factories of chocolates, they are in Europe. There is no factory in Ghana, I would say, for this cocoa production, and that's what we have to change and see. And I'm happy to see as well that we have this cooperative or even farmers association, and I will be very happy to work with Kuapa Coco and others, and also the colleague from Dominican Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll have one question from here, and then next.
Oui, bonjour, je suis...
Good morning. I am originally from Cameroon. In my country, currently there is hot debate about the effects of the economic partnership agreements signed between the European Union and ACP countries. I would like to know what impact you perceive with these agreements and the impact specifically on free trade. My impression is that the consequences of these agreements have a significant impact on small producers in our countries. Thank you.
Okay, one last question we'll take from the Madagascar Embassy.
Je vous remercie, Président.
Thank you, Chair. The previous speaker, in fact, took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to bring up the fact that this ideal of free trade is so wonderful, making for a better world. Then why not implement this in trade agreements which we negotiate with the European Union as the ACP and also at the WTO? Why not? We had a lot of influence in the three major agreements that were reached on DFC, the COP21, and another one. So for future agreements, would it not be useful to ensure that free trade is uppermost, is in fact, as a principle, is upheld in these agreements?
Thank you very much. Well, we obviously have lots of questions. It shows the richness of the discussion. So what I will do is I will ask each of the panel speakers to answer questions specifically directed to them. And, maybe they want to also add a few comments. Given the time, really limited time we have, I will give them maybe 1.5 to 2 minutes each, maximum, please. You want to go first?
Yes, thank you. I want to start with a question about cooperatives being expensive. It was the first question, I think. I think that cooperatives should be seen as enabling environment for small farmers to be active in markets and active in their communities and active in their societies. More than a cost, I would say it's a benefit. In our case, and specifically in my case, where I represent very, very small banana farmers, they wouldn't be able to sell anything on the export market if it would not be through their cooperatives. They wouldn't be able to negotiate better trading conditions and prices if it would not have been collectively. they wouldn't be able to comply with international market demands if they wouldn't receive the assistance through the cooperatives to get the right quality, the right productivity, and taking best care of natural resources. So this educational aspect that we have on cooperative level, you don't get it on individual level. So cooperative enable farmers to be strong producers, get better prices, and be also qualified producers to comply with international requirements. Cooperatives also are a collective voice, and I think Guapacoco is one of the best examples maybe we have in fair trade, to really make sure that small farmers can participate in national and international debate, but also be part of policies making, and this would not be possible on individual level. And cooperatives are also enable farmers to be actors of change, because through collective analyzing their needs and not just on farmer level but also on community levels, corporate invest in the communities, which allow people to have a more decent life on community and rural level, and really also prevent that people migrate to cities where they even have a worse life. So this on cooperative levels, and then on true pricing, there was a question about what is this really, is this helpful for producers? I would say it should start with producers. I think true pricing should cover the cost of sustainable production and should guarantee to producers a living income. So I think the start of true pricing is focused that we need to have more data on what the cost of sustainable productions are and what the living income is. So taking this as a data, it enables us to negotiate better prices, but also make the European Union aware what we need to, the European Union and our governments and other international organizations aware what the future should look like. So true cost is the basic for a better future development. I cannot agree more on that we need to learn from each other.
Please answer the specific questions.
Yeah, there were two especially I know that were directed at me. The first one was about what our relationships are like with retailers, and that's quite not exactly a sore point, but it's a very challenging point for us, because we can never rest on our laurels. We can never assume that our listing in any retailer will stay. We have to repitch and repitch and repitch, and each year we have to compete even harder against not only our closest competitors, but also obviously own label fair trade. And so it's a tough challenge, and we come in and out of the major retailers in the UK. Increasingly, we're now in major retailers in Europe and in the States. The negotiation with them ultimately boils down to how efficient and our price and all the usual things that a chocolate company has to achieve. But there is some value in the very distinct nature of our proposition, and that has helped us form relationships with retailers. I mentioned in my presentation the closest we've got with a sort of three-way partnership was back in 2002 with the Co-op, when we helped them convert all of their own label chocolate into fair trade. That kind of three-way relationship doesn't really exist for us, although it would be very nice, because retailers are increasingly wanted to be seen to do their own thing. Then they're not quite that collaborative, unfortunately, but we'd like to see that sort of thing happen in the future. Then the other main question that I was asked twice was, why are all the factories in Europe? Why aren't some of the factories in Africa? And I wanted to sort of fire questions back on that. Obviously, in principle, that sounds like a very nice idea. The first problem for us is on logistics and price. If we were being manufactured in Africa, we would have to be importing all our ingredients, and that includes things like milk. Everything would have to be refrigerated and looked after in a way that we don't currently have to. All the impacts of this would greatly inflate the cost of our product, and no one would buy it. So in terms of manufacturing in Africa and then selling elsewhere in the world, at the moment that's not a financially viable thing if we still want to have a business that works. But again, it's a nice idea. We obviously couldn't set up our own factories, so whose factories would they be? Who would be benefiting? A lot of these factories are in tax-free zones, so nobody in the country is benefiting at all. The only thing I would suggest is that we would like to look at first stage processing. So the first stage of processing cocoa, that could happen in country of origin, and we would really much like to see QAPA having a relationship with a first stage processor. At the moment, that's not happened because they would not take our traceable supply chain. They wanted to mix it up with everything else. But one day that might happen, and that brings more value into Ghana.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I'll go directly to Frank to add any points that you might have.
Yeah, the question was whether there's a policy for small older organizations to be members and benefit from whatever Kwepaoko is doing. The issue is that for us, it's individual membership. And so if a community wants to join Kwepaoko, the only thing is that they inform us. The initial cost is borne by the farmers' union. Even the certification is the union that bears the certificate, the cost. The individual now is required to pay an entrance fee of Ghana 5 cedis, and then a share of 15 cedis, a share of 10 cedis. So together it's 15 cedis, so it's roughly about $4. Now, once they are able to do that, whatever cost of certification is borne by the union, and at the end of the day, through the premiums that we get, we are able to take the certification cost, and the rest is given to them through the incentives and then through the cash payments that we give. So that is how it is. So it's not that unorganized. Some people are organized and they want to join us. We are individual farmers, smallholders. So once you want to come on board, we just need to inform us, and then we come and set it up. Once we give you the training and you produce, then you come on board, so that the auditors will come to your community, audit you. Once you pass, you are part of the entire system. So it's not something that they have to do as individuals. And this is where, though there is cost in certification, that's why the union also wants to diversify its approach, so that we can sell 100% whatever we produce as sustainable, so that we can offset some of these costs. So I think that's.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think there is any specific question for Frederick, but if you want to say a word or two, do you want to? That's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. There is one last question remaining for the Commission on the EPA related things. Reggie, do you want to just say a few words on that?
With pleasure. Oui, je crois qu'effectivement on a une question.
Yes, there was a question on the EPAs. Well, you know, there has been a lot of controversy on the EPAs. They are free trade arrangements. I just say two things to be concise. On free trade, the main criticism would involve facilitating European imports, dairy products and meat products, and the possibilities of having protection clauses and safeguard clauses for developing countries exist. There's been a lot of discussion on this. So that has been the main criticism. That is an influx of European imports into the developing countries and how those countries can protect themselves. Now, the impact of EPAs on what we're discussing today, fair trade. We are dealing with products exported to the countries of the north, from the countries of the south, cocoa, coffee, etc. So there will be no impact on the EPAs as regards the export capacity of fair trade products. Obviously, discussions can take place as to how to maximize the EPAs. But as regards export to Europe, there will be little or no impact because these are products which are exported. the EPAs open up the European market to more products from the countries of the South. That's the answer. I am happy to finish on a note of public policy. I spoke about this in my introduction. We referred in the various presentations to public policy. A figure was given by Charlotte Borges, which said that the cocoa market is $10 billion and the chocolate market is $100 billion. Let me take you back to the example I gave at the start, relating to the effect of a public policy in Côte d'Ivoire to guarantee a minimum price for producers. Côte d'Ivoire produces half of cocoa on the planet, 40%, almost half. Within the cocoa industry in Côte d'Ivoire, $1 billion circulates for the benefit of producers, because the price rose from $900 to $1,600 per ton of dry cocoa. That is the price paid to producers, and you had a net income of $1 billion. That's 10% of the total value of the global market. So it's an important point to bear in mind. It shows what is at stake and where. I think we also need to continue supporting farmers' organizations, and the discussion the second half this morning showed something which is very important, maybe the most important thing relating to fair trade. That is to make it possible for peasant organization, for small farmers' organization to continue existing, to be created. Most of the premiums paid are absorbed by farmers' associations. This is not a criticism. Most of the farmers are part of fair trade, and this was shown by a recent study last year in Ethiopia. Those farmers become associations because they will benefit from the services of the associations, because they are in the fair trade network. So you have to encourage farmers' associations to say that thanks to them, their members get better prices for their products, which is perhaps the most important thing in the final analysis. Thank you very much. I was a bit long-winded perhaps in my response, but I think it was important to pass on this message, which reflects the policy we want to promote in European Union on value chains. Thank you.
Thank you, Regis. This is more like also concluding remark on your part, so that's very welcome. I just give 1 second to the delegate from Madagascar Embassy, because you want to make a slight correction.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 very quick sentences. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my colleagues here relating to the frustrations expressed. And, for example, the reference that in our countries it will be more costly to to have products. In Madagascar, even though we have high factors of production, we manage to produce and export cocoa to Europe. So it's not as expensive as that, and not as expensive as the countries of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we are now coming to the conclusion of our quite intense briefing this morning. So I'll just ask Sergit from the Fair Trade Advocacy Office, which partnered with us in organizing this very interesting morning, just to give a very brief summary of your impressions.
So, I mean, we don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to say thank you for your inputs and contributions. This shows that we also we need 2-day briefing, I would say, almost on fair trade. There is a lot to say. A lot of things have not been mentioned, of course, but I hope that the program was designed in a way for you to get different perspectives on fair trade from different type of actors, and we hope it contributed to that. As you can see, fair trade is an economic development strategy based on partnerships, and talking about partnerships, in particular addressed to the embassies and government representatives that are here, is that the farmers that we represent want to work with you. They want to work with you in your country to support small producer organizations. There are already a number of countries, in particular in Latin America, that have government policies on fair trade, not so many in Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. We're happy to share experiences, and we encourage you to take contact with our members or ourselves in Brussels if we can be of use for that. We've put together a list of contacts of our producer networks across the world so that each of you can contact the right producer organization to take forward that dialogue and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. As you can imagine, I won't even attempt to summarize this morning's discussion. I must say that was a very exciting and divine morning. Well, I think the good thing for us, at least from our perspective, is we'd like to use these briefings to bring different perspectives. So this morning was an excellent example where we heard from producers, consumers, policy people, researchers. So putting it all together and really demonstrating the importance of having multi-stakeholder discussions in these kinds of very important issues. In addition, for us, the challenges for smallholder agriculture are huge. I mean, they're enormous. So this one, fair trade, in a way demonstrates what can be done with the right approach, with the partnerships of the different stakeholders, the consumers and the producers along the value chain. So what we like to see is much more of this kind of approach. I mean, it could be, the basis could be quite different, but how do we encourage a bigger share of the value chain going to smallholder farmers? How do we help them to organize themselves, to build their capacities, training, and so on, so that they can actually serve not only international markets but also regional markets, because that's a huge potential given the growing cities in Africa. For example, in Africa's most of the fastest growing cities in the world, which need more food, high quality food with growing incomes and so on. So how do we help farmers, especially including young people, to access this market? So this is an excellent example of what could be done when you have different partnerships and a very strong social and business case to make it happen. So I again like to thank everyone for this exciting morning, our speakers who prepared excellent presentations, very informative, and really tried to keep to the time. Our interpreters who worked extra time to serve us this morning. Again, our partners, Fair Trade Advocacy Office, ACP Secretariat, giving us this facility, of course, DEVCO. And I also like to take this opportunity to thank my CTA colleagues, Isolina Boto and her colleagues here who made this possible. So please join me in thanking them all. So our next briefing will be, I think there will be some announcement on the next briefing that will be happening fairly soon. Is that 13th? Or?
No, it's 12.
12.
Sorry, 13 July.
Yes, 13 July. So we also encourage you to join us, and please join us for lunch, for the networking lunch. You can continue the discussions. Thank you very much.